Okay, seeing as though the time is now 9:36, I'm going to open this work session on Monday, March 20th. So for the record, those of you in the audience and at home, I'm Representative Maureen Mooney, the Vice Chair of Division 3. Our Chairman, Representative Jess Edwards, is at a meeting right now, so he'll be running a few minutes late to our work session. So, just to sort of recap, we had a very productive day, in my opinion, last Friday. We actually went through 48 items, was my count, in terms of items in House Bill 2 to discuss and take some preliminary votes on where we were leaning with regard to those items. Several of the items have been put off on hold until we get more information, which we hope to gather today. And then some other items we'll certainly be voting on for sure to take an accurate count of where we stand on those. All right, as for today, we have a work session starting now, and then we do have a full finance exec session starting at 1 o'clock in this room. 18 bills to be exec starting at 1 o'clock today. Representative Tlarsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know what the plan is for our division? Are we going to reconvene after that full exec session?
Thank you for that. That's come up before this morning. So you're the second person to mention that. I don't know the answer. We'll ask Chairman Edwards if we could convene immediately after that session, exec session. Okay. All right. So with that, anything further from the members of the committee today to take up or discuss at this time? Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to ask Mr. Ripple, who promised us last Friday and as always came through today with an update of where we stand based on our discussions on House Bill 2. So that has now been distributed to everyone. It's far more colorful and filled in than it was early on Friday, so that means progress is being made. Mr. Ripple, if you'd like to discuss that handout.
Sure, yes. As you mentioned, most of the items have been grayed out. If they're grayed out, that means they were tentatively decided on Friday. You will notice in the action column a few different annotations. If it's on hold, that's pretty obvious. If you're keeping it, that's pretty obvious. Everything that's being either replaced or deleted will have an amendment associated with it. If that amendment is ready, the amendment number is shown there, and I'll be putting those all online this afternoon. In some cases, there were some deletions. There was a decision to make something permanent. I don't yet have an amendment ready for that, so the number is to be determined, but I will have one shortly. So I'm not sure if you wanted to start with the items that are on hold, or if you wanted to move on to House Bill 1, and I also have a status sheet for that.
I'm good with moving on to House Bill 1 and distributing that and just getting the overview. I think the sooner the members see that, the better. Does anybody disagree? Okay. We'll have that distributed and then give us the overview there. Then next up, I was thinking we could get some follow-ups on the Choose Love program number item 212. And also it was emailed to all of the members information on the Sununu Youth Center. Mr. Ribson, perhaps a discussion from you, and I see you're here. Thank you. Also for the members, Melissa St. Cyr, I'm told, is coming today. She's the legal counsel for the Department of Health and Human Services. She's able to be here at 10:15 and of course has a busy schedule. So I'm going to suggest to Chairman Edwards that we hear from her as soon as she comes in to discuss some follow-up items we had from last Friday. So if I don't mention it right away at 10:15. If she's here and someone else sees her, by all means bring it up so we can hear from her early on. Okay, Mr. Ripple, how about that House Bill 1 sheet?
Sure, and I did actually give away my copy, so let me just pull this up. Yeah, I can pull it up on my computer. It's no big deal. It'll just take me a second. Okay, and same as with the House Bill 2 tracking sheet, if the committee has made a decision, you can see that it's been grayed out. So on line 2, for example, the department's technical requests have been grayed out, and those were approved on March 13th. The agency prioritized needs request remain unacted on. When we get down to the agency other requests, starting on line 14, there are 3 yet to be acted on. And then down below that, we have the various divisions within HHS. So I wanted to make sure that all of those were on here so we can go through them one by one, perhaps later today, to see if anyone had any proposed changes that are not reflected on this sheet. As of now, the only items reflected on here are a few such as Medicaid rate increases that are outstanding, the alcohol fund that are outstanding, and the county cap that is outstanding. So that is the sheet, and I don't know if anyone has any questions about that.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions regarding the House Bill 1 sheet or the House Bill 2 sheet distributed today? Okay, thank you. Ms. Fox, if I could just trouble you to turn the lights on over there. I hate to see our audience in the... Perfect, thank you. Say that again.
She's the light person.
Right, I'm sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions, thoughts on House Bill 1 or 2 sheet? Very good. All right. With that, and with no objection, I'm going to ask Mr. Ribson to come forward and discuss where we left off regarding items 77 to 78 in House Bill 2, related once again to the construction of a new youth detention center. Just to refresh everyone's memories, we had some follow-up points related to that House Bill 2 item. Mr. White promised he would get the appropriate experts here on the subject. They're here, so we'll hear from them now on that. So welcome, as always, Mr. Ribson to Division 3, and start when ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Joe Ribson, Director, DCYF, and I'm here with Nathan.
Nathan White, Chief Financial Officer, DHHS.
And we do have, at the request of the committee last week, information about the budget breakdown. Has this been distributed? Kevin's got it. Okay. So Kevin will be bringing that around, and I'll probably hold on a minute till you have it to start talking.
Representative Wallner.
This relates to the 24-25 budget. Is that correct? That's not the future budget, but the next this coming biennium. Okay, not the new structure. Okay, thank you.
Great. And does everybody have it? Yes? Okay. So you'll notice one, this is slightly different than what was distributed on Friday. What was distributed on Friday was, right, we start our budget process a year ago. And what we distributed on Friday is what we had a year ago, but there's been a lot of change over the past year. So when I sat down with our budget staff Friday afternoon and kind of went line by line through it, I realized it didn't quite make sense anymore given the changes over the past year. So a few things that this committee is already aware of that have changed over the past year, right? The education structure is now different. It's now contracted because the educators have retired. We've also, over the past year, had to flip different positions from full-time to part-time because we couldn't fill things, but we were able to get part-time people to come in, and we've had to reclass a couple things in order to make sure that we were able to get people to take those positions, reclassify them. So the budget that was presented Friday was no longer accurate for what the facility looks like today. So we updated it here. So you'll notice the numbers are slightly different, but the total lines are pretty much the same. You'll see I think, what's the difference there? Nathan is. It's just about a 5. Oh, go ahead.
In the first year, it's approximately what? In the first year, it's approximately $5,000 less than what was included in Section 223 of HB2, and in the second year, it's approximately $17,000 less.
So that's what you see in front of you in the chart to the upper left. To the right, you see the different remaining positions. within the facility. These are not all filled positions, but these are all the funded positions within the facility. And then at the bottom, you see the breakdown of the contracts that make up the medical line that I was asked to provide more detail on. So I'm happy to start wherever folks want me to start. Maybe I'll start with the medical line because that's the easiest thing. So what that's comprised of is a relatively small long-term contract with Catholic Medical Center. It says for labs. It's for, anytime we got to get tests done of kids, things like that. We have a contract with them. They don't charge an awful lot to us for that purpose, and it's on as needed basis. We don't pay them that amount of money. We pay them the cost of the whatever service that they're provided, and it's always less than that $27,000 number that's in there for the full year for all the kids in the facility. The big item here is the Dartmouth contract. It says medical staff. What that actually is you'll recall from prior conversations that we moved the clinical staff from being SYSC employees to being Dartmouth contracted employees. So what that contract includes is a part-time psychiatrist, a full-time psychologist, 2 licensed clinicians, and a pediatrician who comes in a couple hours a week to do rounds on the kids, who works at another facility in Manchester a couple days a week, and he stops by SYSC in the morning to do that. So that big cost item is actually reflective of some things that used to be state positions that we've moved into this contract with Dartmouth in order to get licensed staff to do the work with kids. Dental hygienist and dentist are the other 2 lines there. Again, we pay them on kind of an hourly basis. We don't pay them that full amount, but it's based on how often they have to come in to work with the kids that are in the building. And then the other category is just kind of for other times where we need to bring a kid out for medical care. That's kind of a one-off, and you can't always have a contract in place for every possible medical issue you can imagine that a child might have. So this is the funding source that's used to pay for those things. If a kid needs physical therapy, or if they need an x-ray or something like that, that's not part of the other services, that's where that comes from. And this is all general funds because as of now, under federal law, you're not allowed to use Medicaid for kids who are detained and committed. I think I mentioned to the committee that there is a change coming to the Medicaid rules in the next couple years, which is going to allow Medicaid to be used for detained kids, but it's not entirely clear how broad that's going to be, right? If that can be, if it's just for discrete services or anything else. They haven't kind of defined what that means, but I think we will see some relief, at least on the detained side. I believe it's in this federal fiscal year 2025 budget that change occurs. I could be wrong, but I think that's when it is. The staffing up to the top, you'll see here, the total is a little less than we saw in the one before, because some of those positions have now moved into part-time positions. Reason being, when we were desperate to hire youth counselors in particular, if we needed a part-time, if somebody was willing to work part-time, we were happy to take them part-time because we needed anybody that we could get, right? So, and there were some other positions like that too, such as challenges with when we lost kitchen staff and we couldn't hire somebody to help in the kitchen, but somebody was willing to do that work part-time. We were creating positions to allow for that. I will say that's one of the benefits of having this within HB2 instead of HB1 is that it does give us flexibility to be a little more nimble around what budget lines things are occurring in, right? So, for example, when the teachers all left and we had to quickly enter into a contract, because we had the flexibility to move money in that whole big pot of HB2, we were able to do that without having to come back to joint fiscal and get approval to be able to move money between lines to be able to fund a contract. So there is some benefit to that flexibility, especially when we're in a period as we are right now, where this facility is still, frankly, from a staffing perspective, relatively unstable. Another example of that is we currently have a contract with a staffing organization, Maxim. They bring in contracts for 18 temps at a time. There's part of the provision is that we can convert those staff from temps to full-time staff. I am pleased to say that we've actually, since the actions that happened a few weeks ago, stabilizing the future of SYSC, a handful of Maxim staff who wanted to become full-time YCs but were anxious to do so have decided to move over. So we actually do have a few more YCs today, and we have some more in the pipeline. So we are seeing some progress from that. But that contract really paid for out of unused salary dollars, right? We don't have a separate contract bucket in the budget for that. So that's the type of thing that might be challenging in the future years. By moving to HB1, if we don't have that type of flexibility, we'd have to come back to joint fiscal in order to move money from line to line to be a little more nimble with things like that. And yeah, I think that's broadly what I wanted to say, and then I'll just stop and see if folks have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ribson. And I believe I misspoke previous. This is related to item 223 in House Bill 2. I said an earlier section previous. So item 223, House Bill 2. Okay, questions? Representative Talerski for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for taking my question. On the bottom, the medical costs. You answered my question, first of all, I was shocked to see, number one, that the kids aren't covered under Medicaid. And number two, just the bottom line and how expensive that is. Are those numbers set costs regardless of the number of kids?
So
And are they more like a contract to hold them when needed?
So the bulk of it, the Dartmouth contract pays for salaries of individuals, right? So when those positions are filled, they are set costs. So, and right now, for the first time in years, those positions are all filled. So as of last month, we have the 2 clinicians, the psychiatrist, the part-time psychiatrist and the full-time psychologist, and the pediatrician who comes in a couple hours a week. So those costs are really set costs if they're all filled. In the past year or so, there have been huge vacancies there, right? We didn't have both of our clinicians until just a month ago. And honestly, we didn't even have any of our clinicians. It was just our psychologist for almost a year because it took them that long to find somebody to come into the facility, especially with all the ambiguity about the future of it. So in the past year or so, it hasn't been spent to its fullest. But going forward with those positions filled, I would expect it to be fully spent. The other contracts are all on a kind of a per use basis, right? There's a rate depending on what the hourly rate, for example, for the hygienist and the dentist, and for the labs, it's based on the cost of the labs. And our experience with Catholic medical centers, they're pretty generous with us. They're not trying to overcharge us. So those smaller contracts are variable depending on usage.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yep.
And just to follow up on that, from a contracting perspective, so each of those contracts, they have a fixed price limitation, which is reflected here within the budget. So if these lines were to be reduced, we would have to go back and amend the standing contract, potentially because those funds are planned to be encumbered into those contracts.
Representative Stringham for a question, followed by Representative Wallner.
So something that's not in this budget that I'd like you to comment on is the intake process for kids, regardless of, I think any kid that comes in has to have a full search and a large number of other things that are going through as part of the intake process. Part of the invasive search is, maybe you can comment on what that is, but, you know, I wanted to bring up or ask your opinion if there's anything we can do in the budget so the intake process is less traumatic and less invasive. And, you know, I'll let you describe what's going on and talk from there.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Yes. So when a youth is detained or committed at SYSC, there's a process that's followed. There is what we call a Sally port in the back for those of you who have been there or not, right? It's a garage that opens up. Law enforcement pulls in with the youth. It locks behind them. The youth is then brought into the facility. At that point, they're met by a few different folks, typically a clinical person, a youth counselor, and a nurse. And before that youth is processed further throughout the building, the nurse, well, one of the very first things that happens is they actually have to do, and I think what Representative Stringham is getting at, is they do a strip search of the youth to make sure they're not bringing anything into the facility that's potentially dangerous. They don't do a cavity search, but they do a strip search. That's always done under law by somebody of the same sex or by a medical staff if there's not a same-sex person available, although typically there is somebody available. But in the rare instance that there wouldn't be, it would be medical staff that would do that. The other part of the process includes a full medical kind of overview by the nurse. In the next day or so when the physician comes in, the physician will also do a full review unless there's some type of immediate situation that needs to be remedied that the nurse identifies on their initial screening. Clinical does typically immediate same day kind of cursory review with the child over their clinical needs to try to make some decisions about where the best place for that child to go is within the facility, who are the best peers for them to be with, and to start to set up, you know, initial clinical support and planning for that young person. We have a part-time pastor in the facility. That pastor does a religious services review with the young person when they come in to see, if they identify of any religion and if there's any type of religious services that they're going to want to have access to while they're in the building. And the pastor's job is to make sure that that's available, regardless of what faith the child is. It's all denominational, even though the pastor themselves is a Christian pastor. What are the other key parts? I think those are the biggest key parts that are coming to mind. I think what Representative String was particularly referring to is, as we went through, as he and another member came through a tour of the facility a month or so ago, our psychologist was talking about how that strip search process can be traumatic for kids, particularly for some of these kids who are particularly vulnerable and may themselves have been victim of sex abuse in the past. And an idea that was floated was something that's done in other facilities around the country, which is using, instead of a strip search, I don't know what the right word is, but essentially a scanner similar to what you see in airports, right? So that you wouldn't have to actually have the youth physically strip. This actually happens not only on intakes, but also every time every time a youth has to leave the building. So if a youth has to go to court, when they come back, they go through that same process. We don't see a whole lot of furloughs anymore because the youth are there for such a short period of time, but sometimes we do. So if youth goes on a furlough to spend, an afternoon with mom or whatever, when they come back, they go through that process. If they leave to go to the doctor's office, when they come back, they go through that process to ensure the safety in the building. So that was an idea that was raised by our clinical staff as a way to minimize or reduce some of the trauma that our young folks experience when they come in the building. That being said, I don't have information on what the actual cost of doing something like that is. We haven't thoroughly researched that.
Do you know if you did acquire and utilize an instrument like that, whether it would be applicable would you be able to transfer it to the new center?
Yeah, I believe so.
And would you still need it there?
Yeah, I believe so.
I believe we're looking in the ballpark of $500,000 for such a piece of
That's what I
equipment.
was told, but I haven't thoroughly researched it. So I'd want to, if folks are interested in that information, I'm happy to go back and do some research and see what they cost. I do know that they're used in other facilities around the country. So, it's not something we'd be able to figure that out.
If you continue, is it okay to continue? I'm sorry. If you continue to have staffing shortfalls, is it possible there would be money that could be moved from the permanent services class to pay for something like that in this 2-year window?
It's possible, but it's hard to say because that same class is also being used to pay for the temp contract right now, and it's also being used to supplement the overtime portion of the budget because we've been paying so much overtime to have staff from all over DHHS come in to pick up shifts at SYSC because we are so short-staffed on that youth counselor. So I'm not sure that would be there, but it's possible.
So that's what I was going to ask. If you're short-staffed, are the temp service rates higher? And you mentioned overhead too, because we actually appropriated additional money for this year, even though staffing levels were below the
Correct.
authorized level by a lot. So, and is there any other explanation other than that's where the additional money was being filled in?
I'm sorry, the question
for
was
2023.
for the 2023 1.5 million. Why was that? Yeah, so there's really two big issues. One was staffing was so low, so we had to use a lot of overtime, and not just from within SYSC, but from throughout DHHS at large in order to keep the facility staffed well enough to be safely operating. And frankly, we have to staff more heavily when we're in this situation than when we have our own kind of full-time staff who are very experienced and really know the youth, because it's just, if they don't know the youth really well, they don't know their triggers really well, we just need more of a presence in the building to make sure that we can keep things safe. So stabilizing the workforce would actually help drive down the number of people you need in the building at any given time. The other big piece of it was that we did not renew the contract with Vermont. So in the last budget, there was a significant amount of money that was anticipated to come in from a contract with Vermont, where Vermont was sending us their youth to care for at SYSC. As our own staffing situation got worse and worse, I had to tell Vermont that we were going to no longer accept their children because, we had to worry about our kids first. And then when the opportunity came for that contract to be renewed in October, we chose not to renew that contract. So in the last budget, there were revenue that was anticipated that actually was not realized.
And it was appropriated in the amount of about a little over $900,000 in state fiscal year 23.
In revenue that did not materialize. Is that something with the stabilization that you're considering going back to?
I don't think it would make much sense for us to go back to serving kids from another state. It's not saying it could never happen, but it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, especially where we're moving towards, it seems like constructing a smaller facility, where we'd be moving. So I really would prefer our focus over the next couple of years to be around how do you stabilize that workforce and make those transitions with our own workforce and staff and models working with kids to be ready to move into that new facility in a few years, rather than, opening up the doors and serving kids from the region.
Does this budget provide you with the flexibility to do that if you want to do it?
So the resources are in here to do, other than buying the machine that we were talking about, the resources are in here to do that. Like I said, the flexibility is a little bit challenging the way that HB1 typically works, because if we need to move money, say, from the permanent class line to an overtime line or to a contract line, we don't have that flexibility the way that HB1 typically works. Now, there might be a remedy to that, right? Whether that's through HB2 or through some special language to give us authority, or the other remedy, of course, is that we come back to joint fiscal to get authority to move the money between the lines whenever we have to make those changes. But I would say the situation is still relatively unstable, and I do anticipate that we're going to have to continue to make rapid changes to keep up with the needs of the facility over the next year or so until we really get the workforce stable.
Thank you.
Representative Wallner had a question.
I just was wondering on the medical, if a child comes into the facility who has an ongoing medical issue, does the child's insurance, health insurance, either Medicaid or private insurance, continue to pay for those ongoing expenses?
Private insurance does. Medicaid has to be suspended when the young person enters the facility under federal law. So if the young youth has private insurance, that could continue to be used for those resources, but if it's Medicaid, it has to be suspended. The way that we do this is their Medicaid is not terminated, but it's suspended for the time that they're in the facility. And if they are out of the facility, even for one overnight, if they're admitted to a hospital, say for a physical treatment thing or even a mental health thing or whatever, and they're admitted overnight, we can actually turn the Medicaid back on for that stay. But then once they return to the facility, it gets suspended again. But the key is that they have to be admitted overnight. So if they go for a day treatment, that doesn't allow you to turn the Medicaid back on. It has to be an overnight admission.
Okay. And what about if they were on a prescription?
Same thing with the prescriptions. The Medicaid won't cover it while they're in the building. Private insurance would cover it while they're in the building.
Okay. Thank you.
But isn't it true also, though, that if they need pharmacies, if Medicaid's not paying for it, they don't have private insurance, the state will write the check to pay for the pharmacies?
Yes, we do have interestingly, it's actually just not in this budget line, but there is a contract with a pharmacy for that
Okay.
exact purpose.
All right, thank you. Representative Tversky?
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could share if a strip search of these youth falls into the guidelines of trauma-informed care and rehabilitation.
It's certainly not the most trauma-informed approach. It's one of those things when you're running a facility like this that you're balancing safety, security, and treatment, right? And it's one of the kind of tensions within the juvenile justice system as a whole. So yes, finding an alternative to that would be ideal, but I think eliminating that without having an alternative in place would be very dangerous.
I'm sorry I missed your presentation. I do have a question. It still feels like for what we're doing, 84 total head count is a lot. And I'm just curious, how it is we're still so high, 80, I guess it's 89, and whether or not this deployment of personnel supports the idea that we really want to begin an active transition to the new model.
Right. Yeah. So a lot of these positions are positions that are, maintenance, kitchen, things like that, that may not be necessary in a new facility if we were to move into a co-located model. So you would bring that down. I do think, right, the frontline staff are pretty close to where they need to be, at least until we see a lot of stabilization and can kind of reevaluate that. And that's really the bulk of it, right? The 45 youth counselors and their supervisors are the bulk of the positions. I think there was a question that was asked last time that I didn't include here that I can speak through, which is, right, our staffing patterns during the day. And I'm sure when I go through this, people are going to say this feels high, but I do believe it's necessary. So the typical staffing, baseline staffing at the facility for waking hours is for every unit that's operational, you want to have 2 YCs, 2 youth counselors. So a unit, right, typically a normal day with nothing at all unusual happening, which those are very rare days, you would have 1 female unit and 2 male units running. So that's 3 units running, that's 6 youth counselors. Then you need to have 1 youth counselor who's on float to provide breaks to folks. So that's 7 youth counselors, 1 youth counselor who works in what we call the bubble, the control room, to operate video, security cameras, doors, exit, entrance and exit, things like that. That person's in there. So that brings you up to 8 youth counselors for the purpose of managing those 3 units. And then you do supervisor on duty. So that's 9 is kind of your typical staffing. There's other things that often happen that then exacerbate that and need additional staff, right? So if we have a young person that needs to go to a medical appointment, a YC or sometimes 2 YCs needs to accompany them to that. If we have a young person who is in the medical unit, which happens all the time now because we're still operating on kind of COVID light protocols, which include that when a young person comes into the facility, they stay in medical and get a COVID test and remain there until it comes back clear, at which point they're integrated with the rest of the population. So while there's a young person in medical, you need staff to be with that young person in medical. If you have a young person who's on an A watch, like a suicide watch, A, B, and C are the different levels of watches we have, those young people require 1-to-1 supervision to make sure that they remain safe. If we have a young person who's on the crisis stabilization unit because they've had an escalation which puts themselves or others at risk, that's then an additional 1 or 2 staff that you need to monitor that young person on the crisis stabilization unit. So when I talk about the baseline waking hours staffing of being typically 8 YCs, that's 2 per floor, 1 in central control and 1 on float, plus a supervisor, the truth is on most days you end up needing more than that. So your staffing is really dynamic, right? You kind of schedule it to assume that you need that plus 1. But if on a given day you see that things are going, different than expected, then you need to start pooling more people in to make sure you can safely cover all those changes that happen in a day. It gets particularly complex at this moment where we're working with a whole lot of temp staff and or external staff, internal to DHHS, but external to SYSC, who don't have as much experience and understanding of the population. That exacerbates the situation as well in terms of being able to make sure you have enough people in the building. So at the end of the day, what you end up looking like is a staffing ratio that's close to 1 staff to 2 or 1 staff to 1.5 youth in the building. And again, I'm sure some people are going to say that seems like a really, really high staffing level. I would say given the needs and acuity of our youth and the experience that we had just this past year when our staffing levels were below that, I really worry about having those staffing levels not get, go below that.
Okay, so that was a lot of explanation of and justification of the personnel. I appreciate that. Are there any national benchmarks that you consult or could replace the analysis that you just provided us?
So the only real national benchmark is the so-called PREA standard, the Prison Rape Elimination Act standard. That benchmark is, I think, wholly inappropriate, and it's really designed to ensure that youth are not being sexually assaulted. It has nothing to do with providing trauma-informed care or anything else. That benchmark is 1 to 8. I'd also comment that that is a benchmark that is established looking at facilities that are far less acute than our facility is. You have lots of states around the country that incarcerate children at a far higher rate than we do for very, very not serious offenses, right? Things like shoplifting, things like graffiti, things that we would never have a child come to SYSC for, and those kids are just
Can I
have
cut
far
you
less
off?
acuity.
I'm sorry. I just know that we're pressed for time and
Yep.
we have a lot on the agenda. I just want to hear, I think you may have missed answering the question of if we end up directing legislatively that the transition to the new model of trauma-informed therapeutic-based care be provided, that this manpower and this budget will support that direction, and you won't need additional money. You won't need. Okay.
No, not at all. From a staffing perspective, certainly not. And actually, in fact, there is some money in this budget to actually allow us to start to do the training and support for the evidence-based models that we do want to bring into the facility.
Thank you. Are there other questions, Representative Wallner?
I just wondered, is there is there not a national organization or an accredited? I mean, hospitals are accredited nationally. All kinds of facilities and childcare facilities are accredited. Is there no accrediting for?
There's not kind of a national standard accrediting for juvenile detention and commitment facilities around the country. There are a couple private entities, one called Performance-Based Standards or something like that, that people contract with that'll come in and do kind of quality assurance checks. But I wouldn't call that a national standard. There is also the National Council of Juvenile Justice Administrators, which basically is a group of people that are me and my counterparts in other states who put out some kind of guidance around stuff like that. But again, nothing that I would call a national standard, because every state is wildly different in how these facilities work and who actually goes to these facilities.
Thank you.
Okay. I got here midstream. I apologize, Representative Stringham.
Yeah, just one thing I want to share with you. We had a discussion about that, about how all youths that enter the facility, both first time and certain other times, have a full strip search. And we had talked about possibly whether there might be a possibility of supplementing the budget or moving funds from one budget line item to another to have equipment in the youth center that would obviate the need to do that. So, we haven't had a discussion about it as a group. There's a possibility we could actually get a quote for a piece of equipment or something, maybe to integrate with this budget cycle.
And there may even be grant opportunities that we haven't, I've heard in the past there have been grant opportunities for things like this. It's just nothing that, I don't know enough about it right now to.
So not having heard that conversation, I'm sympathetic to the dignity part of this and the preservation of individual autonomy and dignity. I think in your testimony you also suggested that we have a public safety imperative as well. Are there any pieces of equipment that you know of that could totally replace a body cavity search to make sure that we're not bringing things onto the premises?
Yeah, and so we don't currently do a cavity search. We do a strip search, though. And there are facilities around the country that, instead of doing a strip search, use a piece of equipment similar to what you see in the airports, right? I don't know what those pieces of equipment are called, but there are facilities around the country that use that.
So I'm going to take that as yes.
Yes.
There are equipment that you know of that could do an adequate job to make sure we're ensuring public safety. And so I think I would echo Representative Stringham's point, and I assume most people in the committee would be very interested in what it would take to get that equipment to obviate the strip search.
Sure.
All right. So when might we hear about that? I mean, we got to finish our budget tomorrow.
I can try to go back as soon as I get out of here and put staff to the task of investigating that.
All right.
And
Did
then
you have
try
a
to get you
question?
something today?
I was simply going to reinforce that I'd love to see some numbers, and I apologize for the fast turnaround, but I think it's extremely important based on our intent to continue with trauma informed care.
Very good. Mr. White.
Sure. And I also just want to point out that there's not only the initial purchase price, but we would also need an ongoing service agreement as well, just so the committee's not surprised when we do bring those numbers forward.
All right. Are there any other questions on this subject? If not, I'm not seeing any. So thank you for your testimony. Do you have anything else for us? I don't want to interrupt some other portion of your
No, I
presentation.
mean, I did bring it just based on a prior question. I brought information about the current kind of clinical programming because somebody asked me to bring that for today. I'm happy to go through that, or if we don't need to talk about
In
that,
the
that's
interest
okay.
of time, let's just hand it out because I don't know. Oh, Representative Wallner, go ahead.
I do have one other question.
Sure.
The program Choose Love. Do you use that program?
Yes.
Can
Yeah,
you
and I
say
believe
something about it.
Yeah, and I believe there's folks here who could speak about that. So at SYSC, we have a handful of groups that we do throughout the week with all the youth there. One of them is the Choose Love Social Emotional Learning Program. Choose Love is actually short for the Jesse Lewis Choose Love movement. Jesse Lewis was a seventh grader who was killed during the Connecticut school shooting years back. And his mother made it her mission to try to bring social emotional learning to schools and other types of programs with the idea of reducing school violence and other types of violence. And we have that at SYSC, but it is also used throughout DCYF, throughout the schools, throughout actually adult corrections even uses it, and local law enforcement agencies use it as well.
Yeah, so we'll delay the rest of that conversation. Leave us a copy and we'll just let folks know if they have questions about it, they can contact you. So we're about at the point where the counselor, Sierra, Ms. Sierra, is supposed to arrive and come provide some testimony about some language, and she's not here right now. And I'm a little reluctant to get into this, something else, because her time is very limited. So what I think I'll do at this point is I'm just going to call a 5-minute recess. We're going to be done. We're going to be back in 5 minutes. And if she walks in sooner, I'm going to just ask that we get started sooner. All right. Recess for 5 minutes. So we're going to get started here in about 60 seconds, and hopefully my voice goes over to the Dem caucus so that they can hear that we're going to get started in 60 seconds. Could you go knock on their door? Just let them know that we want to, because they're probably around the corner. Okay, my priority for time is that when Melissa St. Sierra comes in, I'm going to try to get her to the front of the mic. But I believe we have great representation here from the Choose Love program. So if you could come read your name into the record and tell us what we need to know.
Thank you. My name is Shannon Deslitz. I'm the program director of Choose Love for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you. I know you have tons on your plate and time limitations. Thank you for being open to hear me. I wanted to share what Choose Love is. I think there's some misconception a little bit about this. This did start here in 2018 as part of our school safety preparedness task force. This became a highlight of that report and backbone for proactive preventative strategies. It initially started in our schools, but has expanded to various state departments, which Joe Ribson alluded to. Why is comprehensive programming so important for prevention of school violence? It disrupts the pathway to violence, changing school culture, preventing a grievance from happening in the first place, or if one does happen, we are providing skills and tools to work through that. I am here today as someone who also specializes in post-trauma therapy. I've been providing post-trauma therapy in Newtown, Sandy Hook for the last 10 years. It is every tear that I've wiped down there, every story that I know that I can't share with you that fuels me here in our state of New Hampshire. I will do everything in my power that I possibly can to prevent any of our communities from enduring what this community has gone through. The need for help 10 years later doesn't go away. In the write-up that you have, there is also testimony from Daniel Jewis, lead investigator from the Sandy Hook school shooting, and sharing why he feels Choose Love is so important. As I said, this spread beyond school walls. Former Associate Commissioner of DHHS, Christine Tappan, brought Scarlett Lewis, the creator of the program, and me in to present to 200 mid-level managers of DHHS.
Excuse me, because we have just a little bit of time, the question that's been I've been curious about is exactly what is the human touch point on somebody who we're trying to help. I'd like to just understand
Sure.
how we identify that individual in need, how we interact with them, how we measure success. If you could just tell us
Sure.
about the program at the personal level.
Right. Well, quite frankly, this is for all ages, any one of us. Okay. This is not just for children. This is for us big kids too. This is getting to the foundation and providing skills and tools that are essential life skills that we all need, whether it be for conflict resolution, relationship skills, social skills. As Joe Redson alluded to, this is used as YSC. We also utilize this at our Department of Corrections. Perry Plummer made sure that I was introduced to Commissioner Hanks. We have now become the first in the nation to launch Choose Love for Corrections. Feedback that we've received there, we just recently had the first graduating class of the men's facility, the women's facility last year, was that this has given them skills and tools to better themselves. It is increasing positive engagement with their own children. Hopefully this will change the course of their families going forward. It is helping them provide positive engagement and helping others within the walls as well. We have also modified this for transitional housing units as well.
I love your passion. I love that you know so much about the program. And again, because of the interest of time, I'm just looking for real specifics
Sure.
in terms of how we identify who's in need, how we try to, what kinds of things we provide, and how do we know what the metrics are on whether or not we're succeeding.
Sure. Well, this is for communities and homes, right? And when you look at the stats that are out there, we're in a mental health crisis. Substance misuse is up. Anxiety, depression is up. Suicidal ideation is up. This gets to the root cause of that. This gets to the root cause of all of these things. When you look at also in your packet, for instance, okay, for Spalding Residential Facility, when you look at the impact this has had on children there with behavioral challenges, we're looking at 84 aggressions per week and one student down to less than 5, 105 physical aggressions per week down to less than 1. I have heard feedback from those that are implementing this in their homes and schools. Thank goodness we have this, because this has helped my child get through the pandemic with these skills and tools.
Metrics.
Yes. So, No.
No, you're telling me I should read?
Bottom page 2.
On page 2, she outlined the Spalding residential data that they have pulled after implementing the program. I didn't mean to speak out, Mr. Chairman.
No,
I just
I-
wanted to direct your attention to that.
You've been around me enough to know this is exactly the answer to my question that I'm looking for. So so we can read these. Do you have any way in which you'd want to summarize what's on the bottom of page 2?
well, I mean, think about, I mean, that's pretty huge benefits, right? So think about the impact of that, not just on the children, but the staff as well. And when we're thinking about retention and burnout rates, think about the positive impact on that. And going forward, I've had one student from that facility who said, Choose Love saved my life. If it wasn't for Choose Love, I'd be in jail. So we need to think about upstream and prevention and proactive strategies. And this is why this program was created in the first place. This is why I was brought in. And
You're doing a great job, I'm sure. And I'm sorry to be asking you financial questions.
no, I appreciate it.
It comes with the territory.
I appreciate it. That's your job.
Representative Erf, do you have a question?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's unfortunately a financial question. You're probably the wrong person to answer this. However, and maybe I'm incorrect about this, but my understanding was this was in the governor's office, and I'm just wondering why it doesn't just keep going there.
Well, who's to say the next person in corner office is going to, want to keep this going forward? Just
so we're clear, he's still there.
Yeah. Hi, James Gary, Budget Director. I can help answer that question. What the governor's office does really is they don't have a lot of policy projects in that office. We have a legal office, a budget office, the policy people who work with the legislature, and a group that handles constituent complaints, and that's about it. What this program was something where it was a test project to begin with when Shannon came on in 2018, and the governor agreed to get it started and to see about the merits of it. Well, the merits are such where our initial faith in the project has been paid down a number of times. And the fact that we love the way the project has developed and the way it's going. but to where it needs to go now, it's sort of like you have a pot of a plant and now you need to put it in your garden to let it grow to its fullest. And that's why we believe moving it out of the governor's office into HHS, which has a lot of the alignments that Choose Love could use to have it grow even more. And when I say grow, I don't mean financially, I don't mean spending more money or more staff or adding a whole lot more to it. I mean, because it's been, since 2018, it's grown dramatically since then. So it's really just to have that project grow to its fullest capability, and that would not be in the governor's office.
So I understand that, but apparently the people are there, the money is still there. You just said you don't need more money. Why not just continue it there for this biennium, and then we don't have to worry about this right now, given our other pressures that we have to deal with?
Yeah. Well, again, we thought now's the time is right. We would have done this in 2020, except that was really the first budget coming out of for the 22-23 fiscal year. Sorry, and that would have been that was really the first budget coming out of COVID, and funds were very limited, and we haven't really seen the full project expand to the point where it has now. So we feel now's the time to do it. It could stay in the governor's budget, certainly. However, we feel that what the best thing for the program is to move it over to HHS at this point.
Yeah, and I am at the point where I am needing administrative assistance. It has grown to that level. And simultaneously that this was brought forward, I'm being reached out by, for instance, Nashua Public Health to keynote at their conference. They are recognizing the importance. So why do we want to move this? It comes down to the safety and well-being of the citizens of New Hampshire. They deserve to be able to deepen and broaden this even more.
So to clarify, I guess I misunderstood. I thought it was just moving over without changing the budget. So what is the current budget in the governor's office?
What it is it's adding one additional staff member.
Dollars, please.
I believe it's roughly about $100,000 increase.
Is that a new 100,000? If you're adding a person, that's almost sounds like it's an incremental cost of the person. What's the, and it's in the documents, I'm sure, but what's the total amount that's in the governor's office now, and what will it be if it hits the department?
The HITS department would be $250,000. That I'm positive of, and I believe the current budget is around $150,000.
All right.
That money would be for my position, administrative assistant, and also money to put on events for people around New Hampshire like we have done.
Okay, so I want to just go back for a moment to what you all actually do. Do you from your office there in the governor's office, you don't actually reach out and touch any of these clients directly? You're
I am out there. I am doing presentations. I am doing workshops. For instance, Commissioner Quinn now has me doing workshops for every division within Department of Safety because he recognizes the importance of this, the well-being of his own staff.
Yeah.
I am out there anytime anybody is wanting something. I am there.
right. So we used to call that in the military train the trainer. You're not the actual hands-on person to integrate, but you're training all the workforce that would do that.
Yeah, it depends what environment it is in. Going into the schools and, for instance, and introducing this to staff, they then take that and carry out, and I am there to support. I do parent community nights, for instance. It's very important that we are able to increase parent and community engagement. So that is my role. And then also working, for instance, with Department of Corrections alongside CAST, which is Universal Design for Learning. We are co-designing this program with participants in the program, so it's ongoing with their feedback to make it even better.
Thank you. Representative Tulerski, looked like you had a question.
I was just going to say, I know that the Nashua School District has incorporated the program, and I've only heard positive, enthusiastic support for it in our city.
All right. Go ahead, Representative Roof.
Thank you. So just to follow up on Chairman Edwards' question, you pointed to the Spalding statistics. So were you the one that worked with those 6 students?
No, that was the staff there.
So did that have anything to do with you?
Well, I brought it to them.
So did you
And I
train
work
the
with them. I email with the principal on a weekly basis to check in and support and see what else they might need because they have really become champions with this.
So back to his question, did you train the trainers with regard to that program specifically? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions on Choose Love? I think we all should. This is a general rule. We should, because that's what the world needs now is love, sweet love. So,
And on that.
all right. And I'm not going to sing it for you. But so thank you. And we'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Greatly appreciate your attention.
Who's speaking? Oh, that was you? Okay. I heard a disembodied voice. So, all right. So I think because we're still waiting for Ms. St. Cyr, let's talk about TANF. Can you, Mr. White, bring us around? I think we wanted to talk about the amount that we needed to make sure that we met our minimum level of effort. And we had kicked around, you felt safe with the 3 million. Was that 3 million a year? You were comfortable with the 3 million. And we were saying, could you be comfortable that our risk is mitigated at a lower level?
Sure. So I had sent Kevin, I believe the week prior, a document that detailed everywhere where the TANF was budgeted. Within that document, off the top of my head, I believe there was approximately $2.8 million of assumed revenue. So just to kind of start at the baseline, within that document, technically it gets us there, but we're not going to spend all of those dollars that are budgeted because we may not get all that revenue, so that may not be available. If we have vacancies, we're not going to allocate TANF costs to those positions if they are vacant. So we're gonna need to have dollars that we can spend, most likely towards cash assistance, and we have in recent years seen cash assistance going down. Which is just kind of another X factor or risk associated with this. I went back and looked at things. I mean, I would be, if we reduced the amounts from 3 million to say 2.5 million annually, I think that still gives us enough of a safety net to make sure that I can still hit that MOE. But that's kind of where I stand right now.
All right, Representative Irf. And by the way, thank you for that. All right, because you could have done the bureaucratic thing and just said, no, I looked at it, I'm still at 3 million. So I appreciate you working with us. So Representative Irf.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. White. So recently we talked about language about, and you know it better than I do, giving you the opportunity to go back to any funds not otherwise appropriated in the treasury or something of that nature. Sure. Could something like that be used here to bring it down to even lower than 2.5 million, but still giving you that flexibility?
So TANF is a little trickier because our maintenance, not that I want to complicate TANF anymore, but our maintenance of effort is actually done on a different cycle than our state fiscal year. So that may not necessarily work as well. And what Representative Irf is referring to, we've had conversations about, there's different agencies in the department where there has been an HB2 provision that in the event funding for this program is insufficient, the department may go back to the fiscal committee for approval, and the governor may draw down funds otherwise not authorized. So essentially utilize general funds to cover any potential shortfall. I don't know, because of the complexities with TANF, where a lot of those costs are they're cost allocated, the revenue, the timing of the revenues and whatnot. I don't think this is a good candidate for that solution.
Thank you for that.
Other questions? Okay. So, Mr. Ripple, trivia question for you. Was this conversation related to section 253 that we had on hold? I think it was, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So still not seeing our attorney. Does anyone want to make a proposal on 253?
I received a text from Melissa St. Cyr. She'll be here at approximately 11 o'clock.
Oh, okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you.
I would propose we go with the 2.5 million if that's,
Okay.
per year.
2.5 or 2.8?
What did you say?
2.5.
2.5. Per year.
Per year.
Per year is 24 and 25, to be clear.
Okay, is there any opposition? Because I'd like to get us to where we could straw vote this.
Yeah.
Any opposition to lowering this to 2.5? So we'll do a straw vote. All those in favor of reducing the $3 million a year for each year from 3 million to 2.5 on section 253, please raise your hand. Okay, so that's 8-0. All right. So thank you for your time, Mr. White. I appreciate it. And since we're still holding off on the immediate issue, let's go to the spreadsheet on HB2. This looks like a very nice spreadsheet where the gray is meant to indicate those things that on Friday we said we were okay. The things that are still in white are the things that we need to come back to. There was one item on here that was grayed out that I know that we need to bring back to being white, and that is item, I think it's 226, Healthcare Facility Workplace Violence Prevention Program. Is that, we're not talking about it now. I just want to make sure you have that amendment ready to go?
I do.
Oh, okay, so why don't you hand that amendment out, and while you're doing that, because we are short time, let's go to section 49 and 50, the juvenile peer-to-peer grief support programming, and this was 1.5 million in this using FY23 money. Go ahead. It's the very top one on this sheet.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Got it.
it's the 4950. Okay, now we kept this on hold, and I had such a weird weekend. I don't remember why we put it on hold. Who amongst Division 3 had more questions or that they wanted to ask about this?
I had no questions. I wanted to delete it, but I think there were others who didn't.
You don't have any controversial notes? So was it just this was the first one and we didn't know what we were doing? Okay. Okay. All right. You know, first step.
So I would
starts
suggest
the
a straw
longest
vote to
journey.
delete.
Go ahead.
I would suggest a straw vote to delete.
You want to delete. Is there any opposition to deleting? Do you want to speak to that, Representative Wallner, and then Tulerski?
Well, I would like to not delete it until I hear more about it. I think we just learned, for instance, from Choose Love, that we finally got some information about the program, and I would like to find out what this one's about too, before I'm voting to delete it.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
Katja spoke to this on Friday, Representative Wallner.
I don't remember that at all.
She said this hasn't been funded in the past, but she'd like to keep it going. I mean, she definitely spoke to it.
Thank you.
Oh, maybe I'm in the wrong place. Okay.
So who do you recall speaking to it?
Commissioner or Associate Commissioner Fox, I believe is her last name.
Fox, Katja Fox?
Katja is the name I remember.
Do you remember what she had to say about this line item, Mr. White?
Yeah, so Katja had spoken to this. This is a new program for this year. She had indicated that it would likely, if this was appropriated, we would go out to bid. We'd probably issue an RFP or an RFA and enter into new contracts to find partners in the community that would provide peer-to-peer grief support to children who's suffering from the loss of loved ones.
No.
Representative Tulerski, you were in order on questions. Do you have a question? You don't have to have a question.
I guess perhaps the question should have gone to Ms. Fox last week on what could have necessitated this or how many children it would apply to, and if we have other programs already that are working that address similar issues. But all of those, I think, are just going to hang out there.
Representative Hull, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you. Mr. White, I remember a number of programs. Was this one of the ones where she mentioned that it was not as important as others? At one point, Ms. Fox mentioned that one program she was willing to let go. I don't remember if it was this one or not.
Sure. So we have a couple of prioritized needs in the DBH realm. There was a new prioritized need. It's 3.5 million in the first year, and 1.5 million in the second year, if I'm remembering this correctly, for the community mental health program support. That was her priority. I don't know if she necessarily used the language less important, but that other item that's included on this Division 3 status of action sheet, that was a priority for her.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Irv.
Just as a reminder, I'm pretty sure she stated, and I believe Mr. White did as well, this was one of those things that was added by the governor, not by DHHS in the HB2 process.
All right. So if we were to delete it, and if the department believed strongly enough that this should not be deleted, then they still have another bite at the apple with the Senate, I think. So I know that we're going to need money because we are short. And I'll tell you why I think we're short, because I had dinner with Senator Lang on Friday, who's over on Senate Ways and Means. And, I heard last week in a different meeting that we have sort of become accustomed to the Senate finding more money than the House has. And there was, in this other meeting, clarity that was probably going to happen this year, that we were not going to have the Senate Santa come in and bring all of us more money. That's typically been what's happening. So independently, over dinner, Senator Lang told me that he thinks our House Ways and Means approach was more about the negotiation and compromise between competing points of view, and that it was interesting, the associations where it was a Republican and a Democrat viewing things one way and a Democrat and a Republican viewing it different ways, and then it was a very much an accommodation process, which isn't abnormal for Ways and Means, but his observation was he thought we came to the wrong conclusion many times, and that he went back through meals and rooms taxes to just sort of do a sanity check. And based on the statistics that he was provided, we have been housing, using ARPA money, a tremendous number of homeless people using federal funds. And every time we pay for a hotel or a motel, the state is getting an 8.5% cut of that from the M&R tax. And so he's saying, if you just looked at that one factor and you eliminated the federal money going to that particular program, the reduction in the M&R tax on that was something like $80 million a year that he doesn't think the House Ways and Means did. Now, I'm not at all suggesting that we change what we're supposed to do. What we're supposed to do is we're supposed to stay inside HB 17, the Ways and Means estimate. But I'm just letting you know, or having you think about the possibility of what happens if the Senate comes back and says there's actually less money, significantly less money. So I just think for the purposes of worst case scenario planning, we ought to be thinking in that way. And so for that very long reason, if we can delete a tiny thing like 1.5 million on section 49 and 50, knowing that the Senate can come back and add it back if it's justified and that there's money available, I'm okay with that. Is there any more discussion, or did I suck all the air out of this one? Representative Hull?
You did not suck all the air out of this room. Given some of the serious unmet needs currently in the mental health area, right? The lawsuit that we're facing and other things, and knowing that we're already underwater financially, I think we're going to have to look everywhere we can for $1 million here or there.
Okay, so is there more discussion? Representative Mooney is looking for Representative Weiler, but do you all have a reaction to the proposal to delete this, thinking the Senate can add it back? Is that plausible or unacceptable?
Well, doing things here and hoping that the Senate will undo them and do something different is not, for me, is not something I try not to, no, I try not to do that. I try not to think in my own head about doing it that way. Though in years past, that has happened. The Senate often has better revenue estimates than we do. But that wouldn't be the reason I would vote to put it in or take it out today.
How do you think you would vote?
Probably vote to leave it in at this point.
Okay. All right. So we are looking for Representative Weiler, who's not checked in yet. So so we're going to come back to, I'm sorry, we're going to come back to this issue because we're not ready for a straw vote. Do you have another point you're trying to make, or on this point?
Well, you had Representative Mr. Ripple pass out your other amendment, which I think we could consider now, couldn't we?
Right. I just trying to close one thing at a time.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So
You
this
gotta
one,
wait.
this one I'm going to park until we get Representative Weiler. Now, I think the amendment that you handed out is on 226. This looks probably more than it really is when you describe what it's doing. This is related to the current statute on the Workplace Violence Prevention Program that was advocated by both the Hospital Association and the Nurses Association, and maybe another association, but those were the two big ones. So that bill that we saw last term did not have a fiscal note attached to it. And that was probably something that this division could have caught and said, hey, there should be, because we were putting manpower obligations on the department for which we didn't put any sort of money on there. And then this program was in effect during the entire governor's budget cycle. And for some reason, I'm not looking for the reason why, but for some reason, the department didn't incorporate this program in their budget, and so it's not in the budget. And so they've asked us with 226, the way it's written now, to basically just, I think the shorthand is, I got to find my document, but basically to just suspend this program because the department doesn't have the manpower now to do it. That's my thumbnail. Is that close?
Yes.
Okay. So I didn't want to do that because I know how important this is to the hospitals and the nursing nurse professionals in the state. And I think it's important to all of us to make sure that our healthcare providers can work in an environment which they're reasonably assured of their personal safety and the safety of their patients and peers. So I do like the idea of this program where the concept is to have all of the private sector hospitals, and I think it was like, it turned out to be about 3 of the largest clinics, participate in this commission so that they can bring forward particular incidents, discuss the incidents, and maintain some sort of records so that they can do some trend analysis to figure out what kinds of incidents are happening, and therefore, with looking at that trend analysis, see if there's maybe legislative solutions or other workplace policies that could be implemented without the state, that's for them to be able to find out how we could best mitigate the risks. The challenge, I think, to the private sector is when they bring in that kind of data, they want to be able to discuss it in a way in which that communication is privileged and not subject to discovery should there be a lawsuit. And so the biggest thing in the statute as constructed is basically, the bubble wrap to let the commission have those discussions in a way in which it's privileged and confidential. And I think that's necessary for them to have the level of engagement necessary, because they'll be dealing with a lot of personal information, maybe some PHI, but mostly just personal information that should be protected. But still, it might be discoverable if somebody wants to sue. So I kind of agree with that. But the current law says they must go through, the department must lead an initiative to go through the JELCAR process to create all of the regulations, to create the rules for this privileged and confidential communications. The department has come back and said, hey, we just don't have the manpower to do this. So I don't want the lack of resources on the part of the state to prevent the private sector from confidently moving forward with this program, because as I understand it, they really haven't stood it up yet. What I would like to do is to create an environment in which the private sector can come together and begin to work on sort of the workflow processes and the kind of decisions they would make, so that when it is time to start figuring out how we would protect this data, we know what the workflows are and what kind of data we're dealing with, and it sets it up so that we can deal with the confidentiality part of it. I want to consult with a lawyer, because I think we can provide, as a legislature, privileged and confidential communications capability without the state being involved and without going through JELCAR. But I want to talk to a lawyer to verify that, and I haven't. So what do all these words do? Basically, it says, look, the state is not ready to be a full partner in this program. So we're not obligating the state to do anything, but we're not telling them they can't either. So the department and the AG and labor under this amendment can still, if as time is available, go ahead and participate in this program to the extent that they can. And they can do anything that statute says they're supposed to do, like databasing and putting on websites. And they can do all of that if they have resources available, but they're not obligated to do it. It would still let the commission form, get organized, start to identify their work practices, and maybe, do some real work too, without having to come across the confidential information. So this amendment does that. It says, go ahead, dear private sector, it's a good program, go do it. The state can't participate this budget cycle on an obligated or mandatory basis. Maybe we have some resource availability later. We'll participate to the extent that we have that manpower, but until then, don't wait for us. Go. And so that's what this amendment tries to do. Representative Irf.
Would you like me to describe in detail what the changes are?
Mr. Ripple, do you want to walk us through the amendment? Are you in a position to do that? You do that better than I do.
Sure. So there are a few instances in which agency participation was suspended for the biennium in the previous amendment and is still suspended in this amendment. And those are on lines 8 through 15 of page 1. But there were a few instances in which suspension for the biennium raised some problems, as you mentioned, the rulemaking ability. Rather than suspending the department's ability to adopt rules, this keeps that ability in statute but changes it from shall to may, and that's on page 1, line 26. And again on page 2, line 9. Also, starting on page 1, line 31, this allows the commission to request that the Department of Health and Human Services assume certain functions. So rather than suspending that for the biennium, it allows the commission to make a request, which the department can then either approve or not.
You have further questions? Are there any questions just related to the details of the amendment? Representative Stringham?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the movement from a kind of a more positive affirmative, you must do this or shall, to may really burdens us from any financial commitment to supporting this process or not. So
If I heard you right, I think you're in agreement with the intent of the amendment, which is to permit state support, state investments in this program to the extent that they are available without obligating or mandating it. It's essentially at the strategic level changing a shall, the state shall do these things, to basically may, and while still encouraging them to do it if they can. That's the intent.
okay, I thought that's what it was, and it still involves the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee as well as the commission, at least reading a memo, I guess, that comes in, or a report from each of these member organizations. So is that something that can be done without any funding?
I believe so. I think the private sector can go forward and they can do their reporting. And I believe that HHS is duly constituted in the oversight area to hear those reports, because one of the functions of that communication is if there are legislative changes that may need to take effect, the oversight is a good portal for doing that. I do think it's having worked in hospitals and other settings, it may also be the case that they may find trends that they can deal with their own policies without it being a law. So there's an opportunity to find some good ideas and implement them while the state tries to get in a position to be more supportive. Representative Wallner?
Well, to me, it's still very vague, and it's really unclear how this information is going to be collected and what kind of consistency there's going to be. I would think we would want the state to be involved in this project. It feels like taking the state out of it, or just leaving it out there as they may if they want to, really is not a good choice for us to make. I think it really does need the state involvement as well as the private. It's a good place for there to be a partnership on working on this.
So would you believe I don't disagree with any of that? I'm just dealing with the reality that the department came to us and said they don't have the manpower or resources to do it. Their recommendation was we suspend the whole thing. So while this appears vague, I think it's actually pretty precise in terms of crosswalking back into each element of the statute, and basically supporting the program to the extent that the state can without shutting it down. A suspension would be horrible. If we did what the department is asking and we suspended the statute for 2 years, that would essentially be sending up an amber, if not a red light, for them to just go start taking care of business. And I try to say this, but maybe I didn't say it very well, is I think that they have a lot of spade work to do, some groundwork to do on just identifying what types, what categories of information that they would want to receive, what kind of communication channels they would use, what kind of decision processes they would use without actually handling live data. Basically setting up the system so that they are ready once we can permit or secure their privacy interests in that data. So I just think they have a lot of work that they can do, and I don't want to slow them down. So to follow up on this, Mr. White, is it the department's position that you would still like to just suspend the program as written in 226?
So I think it's important to remember that when we were preparing our agency budget, at that point in time, the economic outlook was pretty bad, and the guidance that we did receive was 3% increase in 24 and 0% increase in 25. and we had what I would consider to be baseline operating costs included in our prioritized needs listing. So at that point in time, when the department was looking at what is new, what is existing, what do we absolutely need to have funded in our operating budget, when I look at like MMIS, that was in HB2, that was a prioritized need. We absolutely need that. And I think this committee certainly understands that and has recognized that, and I appreciate that. But that was kind of the environment when we put together our original agency budget request that we were working within. Things have obviously changed since then. Our initial recommendation was to suspend that without additional resources. If additional resources were provided, we would certainly move forward with that.
So I have to summarize. I was looking for yes or no. And what I think I heard you say is yes, it's still your recommendation unless we can provide additional resources.
Correct.
Okay. I like those short, clear things my little head can wrap around. Representative Irv?
So I want to say, number one, I approve of this amendment. I think this is the way to go. I did speak with a representative of the Nurses Association, and they totally are on board with this. In fact, they helped us to draft it. While maybe the state's more active involvement would be better, it's really what they want is just so they can get together under cover of the state, which this gives them, to get these issues, to raise these issues, to get them out on the table. And quite honestly, they expected to be doing the quote databasing. The whole thing with the website, that was not even in the original proposal we looked at 2 years ago. That was something that the legislature added to, kind of whatever. So I do think that this is viable and better than suspending it totally, for sure.
Go ahead.
Mr. White, could you just tell us briefly what kinds of resources you need? I don't think I've seen that.
Sure. To do this, we would need at least one position, a program specialist. That would be a labor grade 25. It would be approximately $85,000 in fiscal year 24, but that assumes that we're budgeting at a step 1 and then 90,000 in state fiscal year 25. Rarely do we hire at step 1 in order to get the experience necessary to complete that. Melissa St. Cyr, she can also speak to some of the knowledge gaps that our department has around this type of work that we would need to develop as well.
Hi, good morning. Melissa St. Cyr. I'm the Chief Legal Officer for the Department of Health and Human Services, and part of my purview is the Bureau of Licensing and Certification, which does health facilities and childcare licensing. I have briefly been able to read the amendment, so I don't know if your question relates to the original or if you're asking about the amendment.
Do you want to clarify? Was that your question?
My question was around what kind of resources you would need to do this work.
To do this work under the amendment or originally?
Existing
Originally.
statute.
Existing.
The existing statute, yeah. So Nathan was correct. We would need a program specialist to manage the program, manage the tasks, the administrative tasks around the commission, as well as the rules and other things. And then we have also a database in the statute as it is now that would need to be created and then analyzed and reporting done on it and all of those type of things. So that would need a staff member. As for the tasks that the Bureau of Licensing and Certification would have to do, those folks are health facilities licensing, which has to do with health and safety of the residents. So they don't have the expertise or experience around kind of the workplace safety piece, although there's training and other things that that could get them up to speed. Typically, the OSHA compliance and compliance with workplace safety is not done through the Bureau of Licensing and Certification because it's only focused on health and safety of the residents. And so so they would need some training and other things to be able to accomplish these tasks and oversee this program.
So I think I just heard you say startup costs of about $200,000 with at least one FTE associated with that and some money to help with the IT part of it and maybe ongoing expenses in the, the $80,000 to $100,000 range because after the program's implemented, then you'd need less manpower.
That sounds about right. Yes. Thank
All right.
you.
Any other questions? Representative Nordgren?
Well, I guess I'm concerned because I just don't see this as a full-time person. And so maybe you could clarify, I guess, defining the work you think this person would need to do and how you think the commission would operate, to clarify that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, I think that part of it's kind of three different tasks that we see. First is the training and knowledge necessary to not only kind of bring the program into the department, but then train the staff that's necessary to oversee it. If it is the Bureau of Licensing and Certification staff, or other staff that may be involved in this. So there's the kind of training component that they'd be responsible for. They'd also be responsible for the database. So not just development of the database, but maintaining it, receiving reports, and analyzing those reports and reporting out based off of what was required in the statute. And then the other part is the administration of the commission to ensure that the commission is meeting, that there's meeting minutes, there's a place for them to have those, that they that the administrative rules are created up to date, and then basically all things around that. So I would see that as three different tasks that they'd be responsible for.
All right. Go ahead, Representative Tulowitzki.
Thank you. My concern is this ties the hands of the state moving forward, or perhaps gives the state an out to not participate in the future. I understand the suspension just puts the brakes on, and then in 2 years, the state is required to move forward with it again. And I'm afraid that amending the program at this point would remove that obligation. Can you please speak to the views of the department on that? I mean, I sort of feel like I'm hearing a desire that I understand you don't have the resources, but is the desire there to join the program if we were in a rosy world with money falling out of the sky?
Yeah, that would be great. I think the program is really important. I think that it's a great program. I think the department supports the program. It's just that we need an appropriation. We need the resource to be able to help with the program.
Do you see a problem with the state not participating in the first 2 years of the program, and would the department pursue trying to get the funding and then join the program?
Yes, I foresee that the department will continue to try to get the funding appropriate so that we have the resources and that we would participate.
So I had asked Mr. Ripple to be very careful as this language was being crafted to make sure that any suspension of the current statute was just a temporary to get us through this biennium, with the idea that Mr. White and the department will have it in statute and will include it in the next budget cycle. So I think Mr. Ripple was just about to respond to what I just said, or not. Do you have a question?
I do. Are you saying that in the amendment it specifies that this is just for this biennium? Does it revert back to the original statute after the conclusion of the 2 years?
I'd say it differently, but end up at the same place. The statute is not changed. This is a temporary suspension of the obligations the state has for this budget cycle, while simultaneously allowing for the state, if they find additional resources, to invest them without having to come back to fiscal or anyone.
So may I ask, after the conclusion of 2025, will the state then revert to shall instead of the may?
I'll let Mr. Ripple answer that. I believe the answer is yes, but
As written, those would not revert. The temporary suspensions begin on line 8 and end on line 15, but the other changes would be permanent, shall to may, and the request of the department rather than delegating to the department would be permanent.
So can I just ask for a clarification? So at the conclusion of 2025, the state would not be obligated to then address this issue again. They would still have the option to not participate.
Well, I think in the case of rulemaking and supporting the commission at the commission's request, that's true. The other responsibilities would go back into effect, like on line 10, maintaining a website, database, design, and implementation. That would once again be effective at the end of this biennium.
Further questions? I sense that there may be some opposition to this amendment. Am I reading body language and questions properly?
I'd like an opportunity for the Democrats to talk about it.
All right, that's fair. We'll put this one on hold. At some point, we're going to have to force votes because time is gone.
Maybe we can do that when Representative Weiler gets here.
That would be great. So,
I know how
because
this works.
because of his wisdom, I think. Okay, so welcome. I think the main reason you came over was to talk to us about the use of the word immediate. I'm not sure where we're at, but I know we need to talk about how to interpret the word immediate. Mr. Ripple, which one of these is that related to? 284. Okay, so this was grayed out. Oh, this was about whether or not the word immediate was necessary to qualify whether or not the transport of somebody needing transport had to be immediate or not immediate. So what can you tell us?
So this section was part of the governor's budget. This was the governor's office language. So I can tell you what we see at the department when it comes to this section. Immediately does cause some confusion. A lot of people don't understand kind of, well, what do they mean by immediately? Is it immediately after the person has stabilized? Is it immediately after somebody is ready for transport? Because sometimes you can schedule somebody for discharge at a hospital, but they don't transport for hours later. And is that immediate? When does immediate kind of happen? And I think even in the courts, there's been a lot of kind of back and forth in some of our litigation matters. So that was understandably the reason. There was just some confusion around the language, and so this would make it clearer by removing.
Okay, so there would be two ways to make it clear. The governor's office's approach was to remove the word immediate. The other approach, I think it sounds like, would be to better define and provide some scope around the definition of the word immediate, how we want to interpret it. Would that have been an alternative way?
So we have rulemaking authority for this program. For RSA 135C, we have very broad rulemaking authority. So what we typically do is we bring the parties together and come up with a decision through rulemaking. So that would actually clarify things. And I don't know if it necessarily needs an amendment in the statute other than the removal of the word. I think it would be done through rulemaking, through stakeholder engagement to kind of determine what that transition would look like.
So the feedback I'm picking up is that there's community concern about the idea that if we remove the word immediate, it will signal to everyone involved in the delivery system, the transport system, a lack of urgency, that a sort of a lackadaisical approach to patient transport will evolve into the culture around patient evacuation. Can you address that concern? What do you think about the validity of those concerns that the system will become lackadaisical if we remove the word immediate?
From DHHS's perspective, that is not what would result. Just removing the word immediately, it's to help with the confusion around it and what that means for providers, what that means for the community mental health centers, and kind of working with them towards a solution. So that's not what DHHS would ever do or expect to do, to just, not have a sense of urgency for these individuals.
Are there questions, Representative Stringham? This is sort of an area you've shown interest in. No?
On this provision, I mean, I don't think this provision belongs in the budget bill. So.
Okay,
So
so
we can
you're
jump to the
in
end.
favor of what, leaving it alone and just deleting the section?
Mary Jane?
I would personally delete it. I don't think this is the place for us to be making that decision.
So you're saying it's a policy issue and we should leave it to the policy committee?
Well, I think, there are
Yeah.
decisions like this that
I see.
I think we need to give it more thought. And I think at this point, I would not vote to do this at this point.
Representative Verf?
So I would just ask, I get you could do it in rulemaking, but could you give us language that we could put into the statute right now that would be sort of minimally acceptable to you or the executive branch, is DHHS?
So I think, we address some of this right now in rulemaking, and it's a little bit broader than what I would suggest for a statute revision. The sections, we talk a lot about those who have, some type of medical issue other than mental health. They come to the hospital with on some kind of drug or alcohol, and so they're intoxicated, or they have a acquired brain disorder, which isn't necessarily a mental illness, or they have some other type dementia, some other type of medical concern. And so some of these things need to be fleshed out prior to the transfer, prior to the certificate being complete. So we address all of these kind of different instances in the in the rule, excuse me. So, I wouldn't want to kind of suggest that we put all of that in the statute. I think it's just clarity around when is the certificate completed, what information is necessary for it to be completed so that they would then be transferred. So it's all the qualifications around it prior to transfer and ensuring that that is laid out properly.
Okay, I get you don't want to put all the details in, but if these are already in rules and all you do is make reference to them, then is there some way with high level language making reference to rules that you could address the concern, which is I think legitimate, that the folks on the outside looking in say, well, you take it immediately and all of a sudden they're just going to continue to sit there in the ER until whenever.
Yeah, I have to think about it. I don't know if I have an answer for you right now. We'd have to put a little bit thought into what language would work to address both of those concerns.
I just think that's the only hope in terms of keeping this in there at all.
Yeah, and I can also touch base with the governor's office since this was their language and see if there's something else that they might suggest.
Thank you.
So not seeing any more questions at this point, I think I would suggest we hold this and let the respective groups caucus around it. And if you could come back with some more language, what kind of timeline do you think you're on to answer the mail?
So I'll talk to the governor's office today and see if there's something, and then I'll talk with the team back who does this work at the department and see if there's something that we can come up with.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to come back. Of the three things on this sheet that we've talked about, two of them were gray. One of them was still in white on hold. So we've got those that we're going to hold off on a straw vote on those. But before going and hitting the next hold area, which is 232, I want to provide a last call opportunity. If there's any of these items in gray that we kind of tentatively agreed to how we would handle them Friday, we reserve the right to come back and revisit any or all of them. Are there any on here that you care to revisit? Representative Tversky.
Thank you. Last week I had voted against removing the Choose Love program. I believe Representative Stringham and I were the two that voted no. So after hearing what we heard this morning, I would be open to revisiting that one. So section 212, page 76.
212. So 212, when we ended it last week, we voted to delete it, and you would like to revisit that.
Having voted on the non-prevailing side, I would like to encourage everyone to vote.
Having been alive and present in the moment. Okay, I hear you. Okay. Representative Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm section 223 relative to the budget for the Sununu Youth Services Center. I'm okay deleting it and moving to HB1. So that amendment I'm okay with. I think we should revisit, now that we have an updated budget, the portion that goes into HB1.
So, so no change from what we said Friday.
No change to HB2, correct?
No change to what?
To HB2.
Removing.
The note to remove it is fine, right?
Right.
The amendment 0972H. However, when we get to HB1, I would like to revisit it.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Okay. All right. Very good. Any other Representative Waller? I think you had your hand up. Do you still have any of these gray areas that you'd like to pull to have us rediscuss?
No, I wanted to do choose love also.
Okay.
We're
Okay. Very good. I don't know if those rules really matter as much.
just.
But okay.
Good
May I
comment.
ask a question? about
Yes,
a
you may.
section? What we just discussed, the Workplace Violence Prevention Program, Section 226, there's an amendment number here. Is that an old amendment we're no longer considering?
That's probably true.
Okay.
I think we've done some iterations and some work and some more coordination. And so the one that is viable is 1086 dated March 19. The other ones are dead.
Thank you.
All right. Representative Hull.
Section 230, which was relative to moving over the unclassified positions within legal to, sorry, the classified positions to unclassified. I would like to discuss with this after we've had a caucus.
Okay, so there were two dealing with personnel movements. There were 229 and 230. Is your question on both or just 230?
Just 230.
Okay. Any other gray areas to be brought back? All right, not seeing any. Let's go to, let's do a time check. We've got 30 minutes. There's been a caucus request to start at noon that we'll honor. Then we've got the full Finance Committee meeting at 1. We have a lot of voting to do. That could take a long time. My intent is to put this work session into recess when we stop. And when the full Finance Committee completes its work, I want to come back and keep slogging through this just because we're out of days, not out of hours, but we're out of days. So, I did ask you to bring your sleeping bags. So, all right. 232, carry forward of funds in the developmental services acquired. Okay, I have to find my sheet. I'll be with you in just a moment. Alternatively, Representative Irf, while I'm looking through my papers, if you want to go ahead and get this conversation on 232 started, I'm fine with that. Are you ready?
Sure. I guess the first thing I ask you, Mr. Ripple, is do you have I don't actually have the two numbers in front of me.
I might suggest holding on this one for now because I do have amendments for you that relate to this section, but I would like to show them to you first.
Okay.
So I would leave this one on hold.
Where are you thinking of going with this?
Okay. Is it safe for me to talk about where I'm thinking about going with this?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this section of the budget has a law that applies to it, and I'm sure Mr. White will correct me if I'm wrong here, that states that the budgeting for it must, look who's here, must be done, must be done based on the need. And as I understand it, that is something that's determined separately from the ability to deliver the services. So in other words, it must be by law knowingly over budgeted, even though they know those services can never be or are highly unlikely to be delivered. And there's a calculation for that, and that obviously it's sensitive, and here I am on camera talking about it. That lets us, well, no, not lets us. So they could budget for it better, is the bottom line, so that the services that could be delivered could be budgeted. And the reason I bring this up, even though it is a very, very sensitive subject, is we are in a very tight situation here, specifically with regard to, I think, all of our desires to address Medicaid rates beyond the 3.1%. And we've gotten some benefit there in terms of the hospital saying that they're willing to forego whatever their piece is, $10 million or so. And we've picked up pieces here and there. But essentially what this says is, this law, essentially what the effect is leave money sitting in the bank at the end of this biennium. Whereas we could address it, we could use that money during this biennium to, for instance, addressing the Medicaid rates, like the nursing home rates and so on and so forth. So that is the intent behind considering this amendment, which we'll have, I guess, later today or tomorrow, to basically make more funds available for us to use in looking at the Medicaid rate increases that we've been talking about at length. If there are any questions that I wasn't clear in that, please let me know.
All right. You did well. I just found my sheet of paper. So when we left this, my notes said that we were leaning towards deletion, or at least that was my question. But the amendment will change that conversation, I suppose. So let's hold that one and go to 233, which is, I think, up your alley. Are you ready, or should we wait until we know more about the money obligations?
I'm ready if you'd like to talk
Go-
about the
go-
cap,
go ahead.
the county cap. So this one, I believe Mr. Ripple does have, or we already have it, or?
I handed that one out
Okay.
yesterday, I think.
So can you all find that? There are two pieces to it. There's an HB2 and an HB1 piece. I can speak to without it, but probably should find it.
I can print out a few more copies if anyone's missing any.
That's planning.
Since I'm no doubt the person that's worst with paper, if you could print at least one more copy, I'd appreciate it.
Or you could email it.
Okay, so I can kind of describe it now that I have it in front of me. The HB2 piece is number 0870H. It's a short amendment. It looks kind of like this. And then the HB1 piece handily has my name near the top underneath HB1 amendment. And the department is DHHS waiver nursing home payments, facility payments, blah, blah, blah. And it looks kind of like this. Yeah. I know. But they don't all have my name. Hopefully. And I can speak to it whether you have it or not. It's pretty straightforward, the two parts. Okay. So the HB2 piece is very simple. Last biennium, we changed the law to only allow for a 2% increase per year in the county cap. So that's the law as it stands now. The HB2 piece does not change the law. It only states that we're going to freeze the county cap at the current FY23 level for the next 2 years. So it doesn't change the law. After this biennium, the 2% thing would happen with respect to the level that we set it at now. So this freezes it, and the amendment actually states the level, 131,849,659 would become the county cap for the year. Now, there's unfortunately, two pieces to the impact this has on the budget, one of which is related to that amendment, one of which is not related to that amendment. When the governor's budget was put together, there was some error in the HB1 piece, I believe is where it fell, with regard to applying that 2% rule, if you will, that should have been applied. In other words, it should have been very simple this time to do the budget from the executive branch side. The most they should have put in there was a 2% increase for each of these coming 2 years. They, for whatever reason, the number was much greater than that. And the net effect of that is a cost to us, if you will, in the budget. In other words, we have to find this $10 million pretty much regardless, because this is the law of $10 million. And this is shown, by the way, on that the HB1 sheet that I was speaking to, in that top section beside description, number 1, where it refers to $516,357 is needed to align HB1 to HB2. So that's $10 million that has to be found in our budget, in the House budget, just to basically apply with comply with law as it exists. Then we talk about the amendment HB2, which is eliminating that, raising it up 2% part of it, and that's number 2, which costs, if you will, another $7.9 roughly million over the biennium. And down below, I'll try to explain this, but Mr. Ripple may need to help me correct myself here. It's basically the private local funds, the source of funds 005, and if you add up 2024 negative 5.3 million change under change, and then 2025 under change negative 13.7 million. If you add those two numbers together, I believe you should get the same result as if you add the 10 up under description, the 10.5 together with the 7.9. Is that correct, Mr. Ripple?
It is.
So that's the sum of the amendments.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Representative Hull.
Thank you. So if I'm reading correctly, the sheet regarding HB2, right? The math error started out at $18.48 million. And if we don't do this, we have the 18.48 million plus some additional money to bring us up to the 2%.
No. So to correct for the law being improperly applied, that's the 10.5 million.
Okay.
And by the way, the reason, I guess I should have gone further with this, the whole point of working on this area is that this obviously directly impacts all of our county nursing homes, and county nursing homes are funded by our local property taxes. So this helps to control our local property taxes. That's really what's behind this.
So in other words, if you're in favor of the IRF proposal, you can tell your constituents that you have done something actual to reduce their property taxes, in case you ever want to say that. Go ahead.
I just have a question for Representative Urf. We're freezing it at the last biennium's level. Next go round, is the 2% on that frozen level, or is the amount still increasing somewhere? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is, does it continue to compound through this?
Yes.
And then I would assume, and I'm sure the attorneys, if there's still any present, but Mr. Ripple can respond to this as well. I believe the way the law specifies it's 2% increase over whatever the current rate is. So that the cap, I shouldn't say rate, cap. So I believe what will happen is at the end of the beginning of the next biennium, if the budget is properly calculated, they would add 2% to the 131,849,659 that we're freezing it at to get the FY20, what's the next year, 6, and then they'd add the 2% to that to get the FY27. And if I'm wrong, Mr. Ripple, I'll let you correct me.
I believe that's correct. I'm just pulling up the statute now to see how it reads. Just one moment.
My concern is just if we're digging a deeper hole that we're gonna have to eventually fill.
When you say digging a deeper hole,
Or not the other way, building a bigger hill that we have to climb.
I don't see it that way.
Okay.
And here's why.
Yeah.
So this whole county cap thing, this whole approach of the counties paying for nursing care arose from a deal that was made long before I got here, but definitely during Mary Jane's tenure, having to do with how the counties and the states should divvy things up. For putting that aside, and it's not a deal like hard in paper kind of deal that anybody's locked into anything. It was just sort of a gentleman's agreement, I guess. But the way I look at this is nursing homes are, the state drives their costs because the state sets their rates. Property taxes, for the most part, and I would say almost 100% other than this, are related to things that we in our towns vote for, our town budgets, our school budgets, our fire, police, and so on and so forth. We don't, as townspeople, vote for anything to do with the nursing home costs. And as I said, those costs are driven by the state. So quite honestly, I think the state should be picking up more of that because they're driving the costs, and they should be, assuming those costs. But that's just my philosophy. So I don't view it as a whole that's being that's growing, if you will. I view it as basically holding at a relatively constant level the commitment that the counties have, the county nursing homes have to contribute to the Medicaid costs of their elderly.
So as I recall, last budget cycle, Representative Nordgren and Representative Wallner, that this county cap issue, we ended up unanimously agreeing on then, and that what we're trying to do now is to continue that same level of commitment that we made 2 years ago. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay.
I will feel comfortable with this if I'm sure that in the future it's not that we're going to have to make up the 2% that we didn't add this year. I mean, I just want to be sure. Yeah. I just want to be sure that we aren't hit next time with a 4%. And that's the only question I have. I love the idea of freezing it.
So here's how statute currently reads. It says the cap in total billings shall not exceed an annual increase of 2% in any year of the biennium. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I would interpret this to mean there can be no more than a 2% increase from the prior year.
Okay, so I'm feeling like we could do a straw vote on this. Is there any opposition to the IRF item dealing with county cap? I'm not seeing any. Okay, if you are in favor of accepting the IRF amendments to HB 1 and HB 2 related to the county cap, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. So that's good. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Ripple, what was the exact RSA on that, if you could?
It's RSA 167:18A, Roman 3A.
So let's come back to 232. We have, how rigid is your 12 o'clock time? Is it like really hard or soft?
Hard.
Okay. So I don't want to do 232 now then, because I think that could take a while. I would like to see if we can knock something out. We wanted to, yeah, that's why we're pushing towards trying to get this done. Can we go down to 254? Did we ever get a written definition on Family Resource Center? We did, and somebody read it to me. That was you. Okay, So Mr. Ripple, where were we on 254? Why did we hold that?
I'm not sure. I don't think there was a consensus at the time that you were ready for a vote.
Because my note says that we were okay, or maybe that was just me thinking I
No,
was okay.
We definitely had a disagreement. I believe we should delete it, but there are others here who thought that we shouldn't.
Okay, so Representative Erf is suggesting that we delete 254.
Man,
Where is the opposition to that, Representative Nordgren?
I'm not opposed to that. I have a note beside it that says it was COVID money
That it,
originally.
that it was COVID money,
Yeah.
and now they're looking for general funds? Is
Yeah.
that your interpretation? Okay, Representative Wallner?
Well, I'm going to vote no on deleting it because I think these programs are really, really valuable in the communities. They're providing a lot of services to families. Families feel comfortable going to these family resource centers, and I feel, for our child abuse prevention, helping families find resources, I think these are really important programs. So I'm going to vote no.
So Ms. Hebert, welcome back. Can you just give us 30 seconds? Time yourself in your head. 30 seconds on what sort of metrics we have to know whether or not this program is effective, or whatever else you want to say. But I am interested
Sure.
in metrics when we have them.
Yeah, for the record, Karen Hebert, Director for the Division of Economic Stability for DHHS. I think one of the best metrics we have for this program relates to the prevention policies of family resource centers, which measure the recidivism, if you will, of the number of children who may return into DCYF services. The rate right now of that return after receiving services is less than 3%, which is a pretty good metric. So that is one of the key effects of the
So
program.
3% sounds great. What would it be, you think? Do we have any historical record on what it was before this program? I mean,
No.
I wouldn't think so. That's why we do programs, so we can measure them. All right. So Representative Erf.
I would just like to point out, unless I'm mistaken, this isn't deleting the program. This program is, if I'm correct, am I on the wrong page? Right. And I believe it's on page 911 of HB 1. If I'm not mistaken, it's 7216 called the Kinship Grant, which does have funds in there, not anywhere near this much.
Mr. White has a comment.
Sure, just a couple of points of clarification. So SB 444 from the 2022 legislative session appropriated $1 million for the first time towards family resource centers. The confusion around the ARPA dollars, there was a provision included in that allowed us to request ARPA dollars, and if it was determined that they were available, they could be used. It was determined by Gopher that they were not available. The department used general funds. The reason you see $1 million appropriate or request here, we put those forward as prioritized needs, was to continue funding the program at the same level that the legislature had funded in 2022.
Okay. Any other further comment? Representative Erf, you still suggest deleting the item while leaving the program?
Well, going back to what Representative Wallner said, I totally agree with her regarding the effectiveness. And again, I'm looking at the need for Medicare rates. I'm also reminding myself that this was a Senate program, and I know we mentioned this earlier. I don't want to think about what the Senate's going to do, but I'd like to see them think about how they want to deal with the balance between this and the Medicaid rates. My choice would be to focus on the Medicaid rate increases.
So,
Yes, I would still want to delete it.
Yeah, so I'm actually very predisposed to finding whatever money we can to put into the Medicaid targeted rate program that we're going to talk about later today. That's why, Mr. Lipman, I imagine you're here. I'm so sorry. You can enjoy a nice lunch in our cafeteria, but then we're going to come back. We're going to do the full finance thing, and we're going to be recessed in Division 3, so we may not be back to talk about Medicaid in more detail until, I don't know, 4. I hate to say 5 o'clock. I don't know how long the finance committee is going to take, but go ahead.
I just have an inkling it shouldn't be too bad from things I heard this morning, but I can't lock us in.
Okay, keep hope alive. All right, so I think we probably should defer a vote on 254, is my sense. We have 5 minutes before I think we should all cut and run for a while. We're not going to do 257 quick. 234. Can we do, let's touch on 234 for 5 minutes or less. Choices for Independence program. I have no personal notes on this, except I love this program.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Representative Stringham.
So this section, I think, is wholly meant to cover increased utilization for Choices for Independent Services. Is that right, or does it also address rate increases?
So this covers existing service levels and additional projected service levels.
With no change in rates.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could I ask?
That's an excellent qualification. This is changing volume, not price. Wallner, Representative Wallner.
So, I'm sorry. Could you just clarify that for me again? It's addressing existing caseload? Did we not have enough in the budget to cover the caseload that we have now?
Sure. So this kind of goes back to what you've already heard me say a number of times, where when we were trying to get our efficiency expenditure budget within the 3%, there were certain things that didn't make it within that. A portion of this was for funding service levels at the existing level, and then some money as well for what we expect to see increased utilization in this area.
And I think I asked this before, but did we lapse funds in Choices for Independence?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can look that up.
And if we did, it was obviously because we couldn't find the providers, right?
Right.
Because the demand is out there.
Right.
So Representative, or go ahead, Mr. Ripple.
I think if I recall correctly that in the CFI lines, no money was allowed to lapse. It was to be distributed to providers at the end of the biennium.
Yes.
So if there was a lapse, it's going to carry over into the next fiscal year. Is that the takeaway?
It would be paid out to providers instead.
Oh, that's right. This is the bonus checks for not doing anything. That's the way it feels to me, but go ahead, Representative. I'd rather have that money go into rates so they can hire the people to provide the services and not have to pay end of the 2-year payouts to keep them viable, which is what it is. Go ahead, Representative Wallner.
Well, I would like to know how much was paid out in that way, because that would, if they hadn't had that in the budget, if we didn't have that phrase in the budget, then we would have lapsed that money. So I would like to know how much we paid out at that point.
Sure. And this is accounting unit 2152, and we're referring to there's a class note for the 504 line. Oh wait, I'm sorry, for the 506 line relative to this. And right, so we cannot use these funds for any other purpose. In the CFI line, we are projecting about a $4 million lapse right now.
So is there a proposal to strike 234 or to amend it to reduce amounts, or are we all aligned on the potential of keeping it as is? Representative Hull?
Considering it's 12 o'clock and we have a caucus, I think it might be worthwhile discussing with the information we have before we proceed.
Okay, so we'll hold on that as well. I'm going to call us into recess. Mr. Ripple, I'm confused about technicalities. What I want to say is we're going to recess until finance is done, and then we'll come back. But I've also been told that I need to specify a specific time that we're going to be back. So,
I think recessing until the full finance meeting is complete is fine.
okay, we will recess until the full finance committee is completed this afternoon. All right, 3:37, and I'm going to bring us out of recess. That recess took a little longer because both parties had to caucus, and we had to caucus longer apparently. So I think I need to figure out where I am. So, Mr. Ripple, I'm gonna go through these and tell you and have you tell me if we made a decision already or if we still need to discuss and vote.
Okay.
I think we took a vote. No, we deferred item 49 and 50 on the peer-to-peer. We deferred that.
That's correct. You haven't taken a vote yet.
Okay, so we did discuss it. Is there any further discussion on whether or not we want to keep section 4950? I think I'd like to remove this, and the reason for it is it's a new program, and we need to find some money to target towards Medicaid. So, is there any opposition to deleting? Okay, okay. All right, so let's take a straw vote. Those in favor of deletion of the 45 and 50, raise your hand, please. Didn't I say 49 and 50? Did I? Well, it's that mental illness. Okay, so opposed? Okay, and then Wallner, and then okay. No, that's all right. So you got that then, Mr. Ripple? We're going to delete that.
Yes.
Okay. Then the next one I have a bunch of scribbles around is 226 Healthcare Facility Workplace Violence Prevention Program. I think when we left, I had shown everyone an amendment and basically had talked through it. And this is basically splitting the baby between the department's request to suspend the statute outright and the private sector's request that we do not suspend it, that we go ahead and execute it. What this did, Representative Weiler, because you weren't here for the discussion, is it essentially suspends aspects of it for this budget cycle, with the idea that we wanted the department to budget for it next time around. And then Representative Tulerski alertly identified a couple of things where we would be killing things in the law. I think I just soon vote for this and work with Representative Tulerski and others to see if we can correct this in the Senate. We just have too many stragglers at this point to keep coming back and cleaning it up. So I would like to have a straw vote on acceptance of Amendment 1086. Those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? Okay, so that passes. We'll put that in. And Representative Tulerski, I'm serious. You can either do it with me or without me. I don't care whatever your preference is. But if you want to tweak this to make sure that we're only holding this in abeyance for this budget cycle and not permanently, I'm on board with that. Okay. Then we're on 230. I have scribbles there. Establish certain unclassified positions. These are the attorneys that we're trying to change from being hourly employees to salaried employees. And that is consistent with what many of us have observed. We'd like to have more salaried employees and fewer hourly. So I would like to have a straw vote on accepting the department's proposal. Is there any discussion?
I apologize. I was taking notes on the amendment that
Yes.
just passed. What section are we on?
We are on 230.
Thank you.
This is one of the two lines where we are moving people from hourly to salaried. And this is the line with the lawyers. I think it affects 32 lawyers altogether, or at least some percentage of the 32. Okay. Are you ready? Do you know? Okay. So I'd like a straw vote on who's in favor of accepting the department's proposal as written. Do you have discussion?
Well, I just thought that we had already said keep it. We didn't vote?
Well, we put it back on this
No,
this morning.
there were two.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know there's two, 28,
And
229,
Representative
230.
Hull asked for us to reconsider 230.
Oh,
He-
okay.
He was okay with 239.
229.
230 is the lawyer line.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're voting to keep it.
So I am asking for a straw vote on whether you want to keep it. Yes.
Okay.
Raise your hand if you're in favor. Okay. Raise your hand if you're opposed. Okay. So we'll keep that. Now we're on 232, carry forward of funds in the developmental services, acquired brain disorder and in-home support. 232, is this one that you were to talk to, Representative Irf? 232, is this the one that you had a couple of amendments prepared with Mr. Ripple? So,
Yes.
So you guys just do this conversation and we'll listen.
Did you want me to hand out both the House Bill 2 and House Bill 1 components?
Please. Yes, thank you. Yes. Big one.
Did you go down the line, or are we going to go back? I think I flagged a one earlier in the list that I wanted to look at again.
I was trying to go sequentially. Did I, but now I look at it, did I skip over the choose love?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah, we'll come back. I meant to choose love. I'm so sorry.
I won't interrupt. Don't want to break the flow.
And Representative Hull, I think I cut you off on 230. If you want to come back and explain your opposition, I'd be okay with doing that. It's just, I feel like we're really under time pressure to move. Okay.
Are you ready for me? Okay. So I'm going to give you the concept first, just to remind everybody, and then I'll go through the details. There are 3 accounts in the DD world that are continually appropriated, one, and second, they must be budgeted to the full amount of the need as opposed to the amount that can be delivered. Okay. With that in mind, these amendments are looking only at the 3 accounts, but only at this biennium's amount that would be rolled forward, the continually appropriated forward piece. So these are essentially the estimated numbers of what I would refer to as the lapse in the absence of this law or anything else. And that total net amount is about $25 million. And the idea is to push that forward into the same, it's actually more like, we'll come to the totals, it's actually more like $28 million. There's a sum of 3 numbers here. But before I get to the details, push that forward into each of the accounts, 2024, and call under agency income. And then subtract out the equivalent general fund income in each of those accounts. So the idea is, you'll see, when I go through it in detail, which I will, you'll see that it frees up general funds in the same amount that we're pushing forward. So if we start with the first of the HB1 amendments, that's the ones that are stapled together, you'll see a couple things. First of all, for that account, that's the one that has the initial 25 million in it. You'll see under 2024 change, you'll see a $25 million change to the positive under agency income. So that's the money flowing in from this year. And then down below, beside general funds, you'll see $25 million released, if you will, to general funds. And what we're going to talk about here is not going to get into the Medicaid rate increases, but the intent is that these funds are being freed up for exactly that purpose, so that we'll have them available to us when we come to that discussion later on. And so if you just flip to the next page, you'll see the same thing going on with $900,000 flowing into agency income and $900 freed up in general funds for that account. And then on the third page, same thing, $2.7 million flowing in agency income and $2.7 million being freed up in general funds. And if you then look above on each of those under the description, you'll see there's a footnote. And Mr. White has been through this as well. I'm sure he'll speak to it, but I believe he is, let's just say agnostic for the moment. But this note, you can read it for yourself. I'll just read it. In the event that expenditures are greater than the amounts appropriated, the commissioner may request, with prior approval of the fiscal committee, that the governor and council authorize additional funding upon fiscal period. Upon fiscal committee and governor and council approval, the governor is authorized to draw a warrant for any money in the treasury not otherwise appropriated. In other words, if those accounts in the next biennium run short, they can request additional money from general funds to make up the difference. Does that make sense so far?
Representative Strom.
So I guess your starting point is you're saying this 25 million, which is expected to be not fully utilized in the end of 2023. Despite that, the budget that we're getting, or the current HB1 bill requires us is to put in the full amount, not taking into account any lapsed funds that are specifically targeted to developmentally disabled.
So I think there's a two-part answer to that question. The budget as produced, and Mr. White will correct me if I'm wrong here, the budget as produced for 24-25 already includes all the funds necessary to address all of the need they anticipate in the next biennium. However, because of the way this law is set up, in addition to that, whatever was not spent from this biennium would flow forward on top of all of that into the next biennium. That's the way I understand it. And if Mr. White wants to interrupt me, he can jump up and interrupt me.
Sure. So just to recap some of the requirements. So as Representative Earth accurately indicated, RSA 171A requires that we submit a fully funded budget to make sure that we don't have a waiting list. The three accounts, the DD account, the Children's IHS account, and the Acquired Brain Disorder account, are continually appropriated non-lapsing accounts. And the amounts that you see included in the amendment before you are the general fund portion of what we expect to lapse during this state fiscal year.
Did that answer your questions?
You're saying the 25 million is what you expect to lapse, or not to lapse in this case.
Sure. And that 25 million, that is the general fund portion.
Mm-hmm.
We would of course have the matching federal dollars associated with that we would potentially need to expend as well. And on the subsequent pages of the HB1 amendment, you also have the $900,000 with the Acquired Brain Disorder Services account, as well as the Children's In-Home Support Services account as well. And just one technical issue, My assumption is you would want that footnote to be a class note tied to class 502 in each account.
Mr. Ripple, can you make note of that?
Yes.
So I
so
just
far so good. There's one other part.
Okay, I just want to do some of the back end on this for people's perspective in the committee. So the shorthand on this is that the legislature compelled itself to fully fund the entire wait list. And whether there are provider shortages or not, we're required to fund the entire wait list. And oversight gets regular updates. HHS oversight gets regular updates, and the department proudly says we've completely funded the wait list. And so the oversight committee keeps asking, yes, but how many are effectively backlogged because we don't have providers available to take the money and provide the services? And we've asked in 3 consecutive quarterly reviews by the department, and they've not been able to answer that fundamentally and critically important question. So I'm bringing this up now also to just say, if you could go back, oversight doesn't need to keep hearing that it's fully funded, because we know that we've done that by law. What we need to be able to know as part of the ongoing status reports is exactly how many are getting services and how many we know of that need services that cannot because there's not providers available. It's that we need to understand and help as the oversight committee to regulate. So I'm really comfortable with the idea that we've got money that we can pull forward out of the balance of this term and put into the next term to basically meet our obligations under the law and still have some budgetary flexibility. So I appreciate you and Mr. Ripple having worked together on this so far. And I hope those were helpful comments to everyone. And then I think you still wanted to talk about the other piece of this.
Thank you. So just to complete the process, in the other piece of paper, the Amendment 1064H is to the HB2, is to the actual section we're talking about, Section 232. And this basically puts into HB2 the process I just described to you, whereby the funds will be picked up from each of those 3 accounts and transfers forward into the 2024 agency income for each of the 3 accounts.
Are you done now?
I think so, unless Mr. Ripple says.
Question?
I
Go ahead,
misstated
Representative
something.
Waller.
I have a question of Mr. White. So, as I look at this, how does this at all, would this change affect the matching amount of money to receive the federal money?
No, whether in our state's accounting system, if it's considered other or general, it's still the state share for the matching portion.
Okay. So
I think a similar example is how we receive the dollars from the counties and then we match that. So, it's other funds. So no, it wouldn't have
there would be no effect on the federal funds.
No, it would still be the state shares. So.
Okay. Thank you.
For Representative Stringham.
Just to make sure I'm clear, so we would still be fully funding the disability, the DD, developmentally disabled budget this year with no further. We don't have to add any more money into this year's budget to compensate for this.
No, based on current projections, we would still be good. The governor's budget had assumed that these carry forward funds that we're talking about were addressed through an HB2 provision. Here, you're seeing them show up in HB1 as that restricted revenue as directed through that second HB2 provision there.
So the HB2 provision that you're referring to is 232, right? And what Representative Irf has done is he's recommended a change to the governor's language in 232. Yes.
Yes.
So Representative Wallner, I, I'm feeling anxious to be voting things, but do you want to
I have
sleep on this overnight and vote on it tomorrow?
Wouldn't mind doing that. I really want to think about this one for.
Well, and
For a
you
little while.
probably
I mean,
want to make some phone calls just to make sure that it works the way we've described it here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Stringham?
Well, I notice Alex is here, and I'm pretty sure when he came in, he didn't have any whiskers. So, and the 4 o'clock shadow has definitely reached us. But do you have any comments on this? And it would be, I would, or anybody else in the disability
I'll invite you
community.
up. Come on up,
If
Mr.
that's
K.
okay.
Special K.
Good afternoon, Alex Katrubis. I represent the area agencies. I mean, I've just seen this, and I was not aware that it was being drafted, so I don't necessarily have a final answer for you. I do have a couple of questions that maybe the CFO of the department would be able to answer. And I think it's what you were saying, Representative Stringham.
If your questions are for Mr. White, let's just hold up a moment, because I don't want to interrupt what they're doing either. Okay. So, Mr. White, Alex would like to ask some questions that he thinks that you're the one that may need to find the answers.
So if this was to be adopted, will we have enough funds in these accounts to fund the students who are going to be graduating from special ed in the spring?
Sure. So
12 years of the biennium.
Yep. So our original agency budget had included funds for that purpose. In the governor's budget, again, you weren't seeing these in HB1. What Representative Erf's series of amendments do is bring those forward into HB1, partially as restricted revenue.
And have you looked at the Cs? So for those that are in the system now that need enhanced services, is there any modeling to make sure there's enough dollars to take care of those for the next 2 years?
Sure. My understanding is when the team came up with the amounts that are included in the budget, they looked at utilization and they looked at those that they expected to age into the system. I think one of the challenges that we've had is we submitted our agency budget back in the back in August, and then we had some additional revisions during the governor's phase just as those numbers move throughout the budget.
And then the last question I had, Representative Edwards, is I guess I'm unclear. How would this actually, is there going to be a percent that the DD rates would go up under this plan? I guess I'm unclear what the impact would be.
Okay, so the rate issue is totally separate.
Okay.
All that we're talking about now is accounting for the money that we are obligated to set aside to pay for the wait list. And given that we're so close to the end of the budget cycle, we can now see that excess amount that we set aside for the wait list. We're comfortable that under current scenarios, everyone who needs their services are going to get their services. That'll still free up like $28.6 million. Since we have the same obligation in the next budget to fully fund the wait list, we have to come up with the same total amount of money that the department has projected. What this will let us do is basically move that 28.6. This is where it gets really wonky. And I hopefully got it right. What it does is it lets us move that 28.6 million into other area agency revenue. That reduces our general fund obligation. Between those two, we have to come up to the same total, and we do that. By doing that, that frees up effectively $28.6 million in the next budget that was sort of obligated or tied down. When we free up that $28.6 million in general fund, that gives us some options on how to invest that into something else. And right now, the something else, the highest priority to me seems to be the targeted Medicaid rates. But that's a different decision than what we're making right here.
Sure. I guess just to summarize, members of the committee, I think from the area agency perspective, this is I think an idea that has a lot of merit. If we can make sure that all of the new people who are going to be graduating and exiting school are going to be taken care of, and the individuals who are in the system now who have a significant life change, which is what is in RSA 171A. If you're in the system now and you have a significant change to your condition, will there be dollars to support enhanced services? If both of those are taken care of under this, and I think it's smart to have the language in there about the fiscal committee in case we do get this wrong. So I think we would be, I can't say for certain because I haven't asked anyone about this yet, but I think the idea has a lot of merit. But I think those would be our two primary concerns, the new folks coming into the system and then the existing folks making sure that there's enough if they need enhanced services.
So I would encourage you to talk to folks this evening, and we're going to hold off at Representative Wallner's request to vote on this tomorrow. Think about it, and to the extent that Mr. White, to the extent that there's a good question here about the graduates and everything, if you could just validate, tomorrow that you guys believe that you have it covered, that all of the requirements for the current year are going to be taken care of while we still liberate this money in the next budget cycle. Okay. All right. Do you have anything else? Who has a question? Representative Weiler?
I think the problem is not the money, but the personnel. Unless you can do something about that with your area agencies, we obviously haven't been able to fulfill that. That's why we have money lapsing forward. There's a shortage of primary caretakers, and I'm hoping your agency can help.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I absolutely agree. I think Representative Edwards was, I think, at the forefront of this, after the last budget was passed at HHS oversight. Yes, the wait list is 0 technically. All that means is that folks have funding allocated to them. They're not actually necessarily in program receiving services on a daily basis. And you're absolutely right. It's been a major problem. So I applaud this effort. I think it's creative. We have to look at doing things differently because continuing to lapse tens of millions of dollars every biennium doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think it's absolutely worth exploring. I just want to do some double checking to make sure.
All right, that sounds good. Did you have a follow-up, Representative Weiler? If not, I'll go to Representative Irf.
So since Representative Weiler brought that up, I would just like to reiterate that the whole point of this is to free up monies to increase rates, not just in this area, but across all these areas, so that more services can be provided. So there isn't the money that's just sort of sitting in the bank at the end of the biennium, which could have been used to get more services across the board. That's really the goal here.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we're in violent agreement and we're not going to vote on this afternoon. We're going to go home, think about it, sleep on it. And then, it'll be in the white space tomorrow, Mr. Ripple. And then let's go back to choosing love. Item 212, for some reason I just skipped over it in my eye. Now, the original decision on choosing love was we were going to delete this. It's not much money. The governor's office over lunch spent some more time talking with me, about how important it is to the governor to get this into DHHS. And it's a tiny amount of money, and it's one big team effort. So, I think there are people that want the program. I know the governor's office wants the program. So, if we were to, instead of deleting this, if we were to keep the proposal instead of deleting it, is there opposition to keeping it? You're opposed to keeping it? Do you want to say why you would oppose keeping it?
This goes along with my philosophy that we should be eliminating things to put towards the Medicaid rate stuff. And the governor apparently has this money in his budget, and I don't see why he couldn't either use it or give it to DHHS so they can use it.
I think that's a really good point. Independent of the decision to move it in the department, why aren't we pulling money from the governor's budget to support it? So this should have a net state budget impact of 0, we're just moving the money, but it looks like we're spending additional money here. Is there a compatible decrease in the governor's office so it nets out as zero?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know, Kevin, if you know what Division 1 has said.
I don't know either.
You know what? It's such a tiny amount of money. I don't know that I'd obsess about it. Representative Weiler?
I've never heard a good description of what this program does.
We had, I forget her name, we had the program director in here earlier today, and the way she described it is a train the trainer kind of program where she gets counselors to understand a different type of counseling to identify people who have social emotional needs that are not being met, and that she coaches them up. That, well, not she, but the program Choose Love coaches them up and reduces things like aggression. So for example, she did offer some metrics related to residential facility living, where they claim, and I don't have any reason to not believe it, but they've claimed that they reduced aggressive behaviors, and I'd call the numbers substantial. Like, you know, in one unit of time previous, they had something like 84 incidents of aggression, and then after this program got rolled out, that dropped to something like 6 over the same amount of time. So they did offer some success metrics. Yes, sir. What is your question?
It sounds repetitious with standard of care.
System of care, I think you probably mean.
That's what I meant, system of care, the one that's supposed to keep them out of the youth detention.
Well, so this also includes people who are already incarcerated. So they're going into the prisons, and I don't want to be the person to go into the prison to say choose love, but somebody's brave enough to do that. Representative Tulerski?
I just wanted to add what little bit I know about the program, which was born out of a anti-bullying platform. I think branching off of an increase in youth suicides and trying to reach not necessarily children who may be geared towards incarceration so much as kids in the school system, kids on the playground, really trying to meet them in the classrooms or in the youth centers, in the YMCAs, in the Boys and Girls Clubs, and to build up that kind of skill learning for de-escalation and a caring and kindness program. And it has proven to be quite successful. So I would be, again, voting to keep it in the budget if that question was asked. Although, if there was a way to figure out how to keep it in the governor's office, I would be interested in hearing about it.
I think the governor's office said that they don't really have the right policy person, and that they've done their sort of try it before you buy it program, and they think it's a success, and they want to go embed it somewhere on a more permanent basis. I think Representative Weiler offers an interesting point, though, and that is it's starting to feel redundant with some other things that should be happening, that we hear are happening in the whole system of care area. And I do think that would be worth watching and having the department pay attention to over the coming budget to see if there is redundancy in there where we're not adding stovepipes, but we're continually trying to integrate programs. So I would be in favor of instead of deleting line 212 on Choose Love, I would be in favor of flipping that and retaining it at $500,000 or excuse me, $500,000 total. Is there any opposition? Go ahead, Representative Hull.
No opposition. My question is it possible for Mr. Ripple to find out where in HB1 this money came from? So then when we meet as a full finance, we can either somehow pull the money from the governor's current department to fund this. It's not about the program. It's about, it was in the executive branch and somehow it now is moving over. And I'd like to make sure that the executive branch didn't take the $150,000 and use it for something else.
So I think we agree. The only open question to me is the timeline of him doing the homework. I would like to make sure that Mr. Ripple's able to prioritize his time to getting this budget ready for us to send to full finance. I don't know that this is an issue that would hang us up, but something we should know about before we get all done.
Well, I can find out where it was funded previously in the governor's office, and if that's something you'd like to take up next week during the full committee hearings, you can do that.
Oh, that'd be fine. Okay, so straw vote on the Tulerski amendment to retain 212. Raise your hand.
I choose love.
You choose love. Okay. Opposed? 1, 2. So, okay, so that item passes. We didn't finish the county cap. Did we say that we were going to talk about the county cap tomorrow, or did we finish it? Oh yeah, that was 8-0. We loved that one. I see my note now. Okay. So 234, Choices for Independent Program, CFI. I have this on hold. And I know we've talked about this 5 times, but my mind is just blank.
Well, I think part of the issue is whether this dovetails with the rate changes, and whether adding this funding, which we're being told is entirely due to increased volume in this piece, should be broken out separately as it is in this line item in HB2, or included in rate change, or a little bit of both. There may be some people here that can comment on what the CFI program needs, and whether the requested change in rates plus this requested change are in any way overlapping. And Nathan may have, CFO may have advice on that as well.
So the CFO doesn't have the spreadsheet we got from the Medicaid payer community, or payee or recipient community, the providers. I think in CFI, I'm remembering 7.6 million was a request in year 1 for CFI, and the related program was another 2.6.
Bring it to 9.3, right?
Yeah, yeah. So this is in the 15 range, and to your point, I don't have it clear in my head whether this money would basically be the money that would support that request that was made by the community, or whether this would then turn out to be incremental money. Representative Irf?
Could I ask Mr. White a question? You sent me a response that relates to this. I mean, let me read it to you. I may be misinterpreting the context. But what you wrote was, following up on the request relative to HB2, Section 234, and how these funds could be used to increase CFI rates. If we were to use the 15 million GF appropriation for CFI rate increases, we could increase rates by at least 4% over the biennium. So is that in juxtaposition to how you want to use these, because you actually have more potential to get to, you have the staffing to actually spend current CFI rates to address more CFI situations?
Sure. So just a couple of points of clarity. One, the reason this is an HB2 provision is because it would not fit within our efficiency budget. Two, these amounts pay partially for current projected services, as well as an increase, what we would anticipate to be an increase in utilization. And one of the conversations that I've had with the team is, we don't have a demographer, for better or for worse. And so, we're making estimates when it comes to these figures based on the best information that we have available. So if you, and then the service question, are there providers in the community to provide these services? We're starting to move into the policy realm there, because I don't have perfect information. I know that you've heard from the community where the rates aren't sufficient to be able to attract individuals to provide those services. So we're kind of moving into the tricky realm of it's almost the catch-22 realm of, do you provide a rate increase and assume those services won't be provided, or do you fund it at what we would anticipate the service need to be at. And I don't have a perfect answer there. But if, as I stated in the email, if we were to convert these dollars for the purposes of rate increase, we could pick up that percentage. We run the risk of our projected need and utilization.
So might it be possible, and I realize imperfect, a lot of guessing's going on, but might it be possible to break this up into two components, one of which would be more services, the other which we could then use to apply to rate increases as part of the whole Medicaid rate increase expansion?
May I try and answer that? I think if there aren't additional providers in the community, putting more money into chasing the utilization number doesn't really get us very far. I don't see a lot of traction there. But if we took additional money and we increased the rates a little bit, then we could anticipate a little bit more utilization. And if we increase the rates even greater, then we could assume even greater utilization. It almost feels like there's this upward curve. As we improve rates, our utilization is going up, and we don't have the algorithm to figure out what that is. It's a sort of a best guess kind of thing. So what I would propose us doing is taking this money from here and putting it over into tomorrow's discussion on Medicaid target rates, taking a look at what the community requested, taking a look at these monies, and having us do sort of the Kentucky windage best guess on what rate increases might do to drive utilization. Go ahead.
I respond. So that's essentially what I was asking. You don't want to put it all into rate increases, or you can't expand utilization. And I realize I can't remember what your sweet term was for WAG, a WAG, I think it was. Swag. Yeah. Yes. But that's sort of what I was asking Mr. White if he could possibly do. In other words, do we leave a little bit in here for additional utilization based on the fact that when we do the rate increases we're hoping to do in this account and others, that we'd have more people coming in to do the jobs, and this increase the utilization. So it sounds like there's a little bit of a trade-off there of dollars in each place.
What are your thoughts there, Mr. White? That's sort of on the fly. Is there value added by keeping it distinct, saying, okay, here's some money for utilization, realizing that we also are going to have a partner part of it on targeted rate increases. And so somehow we got to get those two numbers aligned to where we think if we raise the target so much, we're going to actually be able to achieve greater utilization. What are your thoughts?
What if I put together tonight a couple of scenarios where we go, if we were to split the difference and go 50-50, 75-25, it sounds like that's what you're looking for. Like if we were to take 50% and put it towards existing services and take 50% and put it towards rates, what would those numbers look like? What would those percentage increase look like on the rate side? I can put a model together for the committee to consider. Just understanding that, we still have those risks as to whether we fund services adequately or we overfund services. I don't know if there's a perfect answer at this point.
I'm sure there's not, but having that information, I think, might give us a better shot at finding a good balance for all of us, yourself included, the department included.
Yeah, I guess
so. I'm going to go Stringham, Weiler, Woolner.
Okay. Alphabetical? Not quite. I guess the concern I have is that your estimate here was, based on real numbers, and maybe there's been growth in this previous biennium in these services, so that you're seeing a higher rate of utilization of the CFI program right now, and it's actually picked up a lot of the slack from lack of long-term nursing beds and other services that have gone down in the last few years. So, so I don't know if you have any comments on how you project the current level of utilization with these numbers, or how much of this is really new from where we are now, not where we averaged over the 2-year biennium, and any other factors that went into the projected increase.
Sure. So I think from a path forward perspective, what I want to do is talk to the team and look at what do we have for utilization to date for this year. Because again, this is for the agency, it's an 18-month process. And so these numbers do, and nobody ever wants to hear this, but these numbers do change throughout that process because of that. So what I'd like to do is talk to the team, get the most accurate information that we have to date, and then give this committee a series of options. And if there's a strong indicator one way or another, I'll give a recommendation.
Okay, I appreciate that, because we had considered that this need was separate from the need to change rates, is the way that I've been thinking about it.
I think we're still basically there, but Representative Weiler?
I think there's a relation between the empty nursing home beds and the choices for independence. If we go up in the Medicaid rates and more nursing home beds become available, some of the people that are in choices for independence will likely be waiting for those nursing home beds. That may affect the thing. And I also have a question about, years ago, I remember that one woman I know was recruited from an elderly neighbor that she knew well to say, can you come and do my laundry once a week? And she agreed to it and got paid through this program or some program that it made both of them more comfortable, both because a lot of elderly people don't want a stranger in their home. And is it possible to have somebody that they recruit come in without going through a lot of rigmarole to get a license and a training and all that stuff?
That's really getting the programmatic aspects of it. Henry, you don't know the answer to that, do you? I could bring in the program side to talk specifics of the program, but that's beyond my knowledge area.
Representative Wallner? Okay, so in summary, what I think we decided to do with this is go back. You're going to try to figure out some sort of algorithm on how we can drive target rate increases and what it's going to do on utilization, and try to come up with sort of two numbers that ought to be paired with one another. Does that sound right?
Yep, and we'll look at utilization to date, but again, and initially this was for projected utilization. It's just that we'll look at whether any of the updated figures will give us a better indicator as to whether these numbers have changed since January.
And I fully appreciate that we're definitely into the area of WAG. So we're not going to be precise, right? We're just going to try to figure out the best using your best judgment, I think. And then if we could get the CFI director back to just, to help address some of Representative Weiler's concerns, we're going to do that tomorrow. I would park this at this point then, right? All right. So now I see us down on 254, the Family Resource Center infrastructure, $1 million and $1 million. And we held this one. Who remembers why we held this?
Probably because of me.
Go ahead.
Well, I suggested deleting it and just take a vote.
Just take a vote?
I think that's what we're
You're
down
done
to, right?
arguing? Okay, so the proposal is to delete item 254. If you're in favor of deleting, go ahead.
Someone else might want to make a different motion. The sense of the committee might be the opposite.
I know.
Oh, okay.
But there's only two choices. We eliminate one, the other one's true, right? Yeah. Are we still holding? Did you guys talked about this, didn't you? Yeah, I think you're set. So, if you are in favor of deleting 254, raise your hand. So there's 4. If you are in, oh wait, did you want, this is, yeah, we did it the other way. We said, are you in favor of deleting? And you did not raise your hand, right? Now the other question is, are you in favor of keeping 254? So it is 4-3. I exercise the discretion not to vote on that one. I don't want to vote on that. I don't know enough about this program. I will, however, recognize that Representative Nordgren is not with us. And I suspect she would vote as Representative Tulersky would. So how did you vote? You voted to keep this. So we got 4-4. We're still on hold. Let's do. Well, I'm getting ready to vote with yes. So now it's 4-4. That means there is no decision. That means we have to talk about it and vote on it again tomorrow when Representative Nordgren is here. Everyone can go do their homework and make sure they're comfortable with their vote. All right. Okay. I think we are on 253, which was the increase of Medicaid provider rates. We're going to have a big session on that tomorrow, I believe. Is that right? No, I meant to say 257. I don't know what number I said. 257 is the Medicaid rates. Representative Stringham, are you going to have some proposal for us to consider tomorrow?
We do have a draft amendment that we're still working on. It divides rate increases into 19 broader categories, largely based on the input that we got from Mr. Monahan.
So you have specific targets and you have specific targeted rates for us to look at tomorrow.
Yeah, what we have is mostly is just this particular budget area and how much additional money would be dedicated in that category to increase rates.
So what's your total?
So-
Just ballpark. What's your general total new funding?
It's just barely south of 200 million over 2 years.
Okay. All right, we should talk about that. That's real money. Good. Representative Urf?
Since I think he's still here.
Mr.
Since Mr. Lipton
Reps-
is here,
Mr.
can we at least
Lipton
hear
is
what he
here.
has to say? He might be able to just give us some
Oh,
broad
yeah.
brush
Sure.
information.
Do you have something to say to us? We may have some questions for you, Mr. Lippman. So you've been here a couple times today, so we figured we'd get you up and get you in the record at least.
Good afternoon. For the record, Henry Lippman, Medicaid Director for the state.
Do either of you have a question that you'd like addressed?
Well, I guess I would start with, have you seen this Monahan document that we've been tossing around here?
Yes, I believe if it's the one that was as late as I think Thursday or Friday of last week dated as the one I've seen.
March 16th is the one I
Yeah,
have.
so
Maybe
that's the same one, I think.
Okay.
And that was the email that I sent to you reflecting that.
Still haven't had a chance to read
Yeah,
it.
that's
But maybe you could discuss the email you sent to me.
Sure.
And in the context of this document.
Sure. It came to my attention, we have in the group of providers that are on this list, there's a agency that's basically our sole source agency for personal care assistance under state plan. And it's Grant State Independent Living. They do such tasks as when someone, say, is a paraplegic and needs, is totally dependent on someone doing like, and I'm not trying to be crude here, but bowel removal and dispactment and other kind of real personal care that they were not included in the state plan side of it. They were included on the CFI side of it, but that's, in the context, I know you're not going to take necessarily all of the requests, but if you were to scale it as the same as the other agencies, that would affect it by $3 million in terms of what would be on that list more in terms under state plan to handle that particular group. And these are people that are really on the lowest end of the pay scale of providing these services, you know, the $12, $14 kind of range.
So it's 1.5 million in each of the 2 years of by name. Is that how you're looking at it, or 3 million
I
in
was
each?
looking at a 3 million because it would be the same carried forward.
For each year. Okay.
Question, we do have private duty nurses as a separate category.
Yes.
And that's generally what Granite State, they have different categories of support at home, whether it's, just going shopping together or actually providing nursing services, I think. Would that have already been included under the private duty nurses, or when they fall under the Granite State umbrella, would that be in addition, do you think?
So when I was here Friday, I had a chance to talk to Kate and to then go back and talk to the executive director of the agency. And that's where I came back with the information that I had. And it's really the low end people on the pay scale that do that very personal type care that keep people who are otherwise be institutionalized. They're having a hard time, when you talk about sort of rate increases, like if the rate isn't high enough of an increase, then it's not going to make a difference on utilization because they're not going to be able to track any more people.
Great. If we were going to put that in as a line item, how would you describe it?
State plan PCA services, personal care assistance services.
So do you have a follow-up? Your mic's still on. Representative Weiler?
Isn't this what Representative Erf just found and carry forward on the developmentally disabled, found 28.6 million? Was it for this purpose?
Well, for this broader purpose. So I'm not sure if you were here, Representative Weiler, or Chairman Weiler, when we went over Mr. Monahan's document, which goes across all the various Medicaid, not all, but many of the rate increases that they were proposing. And this would be one component of it. So yes, the funding I was pulling out of there is to be a piece of this, but we're trying to get as much funding available so that so in the Monahan document itself, it was budgeting something on the order of what Representative Stringer was, Stringham. I'm sorry, it's late. His document had about 100 million each of the 2 years. And we're probably not quite there, but the idea is to get as much into the pool. From my point of view, the idea is to get as much into the pool as possible for that purpose.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just
Just 1 second. So we have a benchmark from Representative Stringham that was just south of 200 million for total for the 2 years, right?
Yes, and we were having some discussion too on how quickly any rate changes could be implemented.
Yeah.
Which may bring
Oh,
down
that's
the
an
number
interesting
in the
point.
first year a bit. So,
So that is a great question. Representative Burr, before we get to that great question, what sort of ballpark are you feeling that you think we're gonna be at?
I'm not quite there yet in terms of having a ballpark. We've tossed around 40, but I don't know. That doesn't come from anything I've
Yeah.
got in terms of numbers.
So when I played with this again the other night and sent it out, I was feeling about 62 million a year.
I saw that. That was scaring me.
I know. That's why I'm glad you found the extra 28.
Oh, you're welcome.
So, Mr. Lippman, you can say what you want, and then you can maybe also talk to us about the lag between us having it in the budget and you being able to affect rates.
So just first thing I want to do is clarify, Representative Weiler, when you were talking about the DD and all that the services I was talking about were outside of that. It's when it's delivered through state plan, like through the managed care program, is what I was referring to. The things that are provided in waiver are accounted for. And so I think in terms of the magnitude of rate changes that I think are being contemplated, whatever the figure ends up being, there's quite a bit of work to be done, and depending on how you target it could require us to make additional changes. So I think we do need at least minimally a quarter to from the time that the budget is signed in, assuming it's signed into law on time. We need a quarter, I think, to effectuate, all the things that we need to do in terms of, unlike some systems that I'm familiar with, our MMIS system requires us to put in not like a system where you can just sort of upload all the rate changes and it happens like this, like I used to be able to do. It's a more clunky kind of thing. You have to go in and change each item in there. So it's a large effort. So I think in terms of working on the rate increases, maybe we could do some right away. And the when I say right away, within a very short time, and it would take us a little bit of time, I think, to get, it's like 13,000 codes to update. And maybe one strategic approach could be, when Representative Edwards, the chair, had identified, what your 80-20 rule, you could approach it like that and, move things a little faster along. But I think we definitely be a hard lift to implement everything in, July 1.
So how would you prefer to roll out rate increases? Let's say we got 100 procedure codes we want to affect. Would you want to have a later date where you're confident you could have them all done and turned on one day, like 1 January or something? Or would you rather do a rolling change to the rates to just try to take care of the most significant ones first to have the biggest impact fastest? Which of those approaches would you like?
The latter, which is to roll it out so we have time to get to the most critical areas the quickest, because I think, in terms of costs to the state, that when, patients can't be discharged to nursing homes, or when people can't be accepted into the CFI program because of rates, or people can't be discharged to home because there isn't home care available. Those are the things
Right.
that I think are backing up the system the most right now.
Right. So inevitably, if you don't do it all on the same day, you're going to have the people who haven't had it implemented yelling at you that you're being unfair and you don't like them. So how would you deal with that sort of public criticism?
I guess I'm prepared to take the criticism because I think we'd be doing the right thing for the public.
All right. Representative Stringham?
And somewhere between the brain trust of Kevin and our CFO here, they pointed out that even if they wanted to implement them on a certain day, some of them have to go through a process with CMS to be implemented. So it takes a while to put in a change. It's not like even if they got the one code they want to change tomorrow, they couldn't necessarily do that.
The basic process is we have to public notice. So when it gets signed into law, then we public notice and then we can get an effective date that, say, for example, if we knew what the changes were late June, we could public notice before July 1st, and we could make some rates effective then. But I think just, realistically, if we're changing it, if this rate increase is going to involve everything in Medicaid, that's a big lift. And I think the rate setting unit is not that large. It's a relatively small group of people. Plus, we have to continue our regular course of business while we're doing this. So I do think in terms of when you're sizing this, in terms of the size, you can gain some impact by the time frame it's implemented in terms of the net cost in a given period.
So I have a question for Mr. Ripple. Does this sound like something that we should have in our implementing language, whether it's HB2 or detail in HB1, to basically ask the department to have all of the rate increases we give them implemented no later than 1 January or earlier as possible? Something like that? Should that be in our amendment?
You could include that language, sure. I think there's no reason not to.
Okay. The reason not to is you'd have to write it, but okay.
Okay. I think one question would be whether you would want the rates to be retroactive to the beginning of the fiscal year, or whether you would want them to go into effect as of the later date.
I didn't think about retroactivity.
I'm not sure we can do that, but yes,
Yeah.
You're right, but I don't think you can do that for a lot of these services.
Mr. White said no.
I think
We'll
it's-
blame it on him and we'll move on.
Just to be perfectly transparent, you could do some things like that, but if there's methodology changes that you have to make and just the ability to pull it off, I think is really the issue at hand.
Yeah, I think technically we may be able to do it, but logistically, if we're trying to do rate increases across the board, we're going to take away resources from some of the other actions. And I would just want to recognize the administrative hurdles that the team has to do behind the scenes.
Okay. So I think we have procedurally that we need to give you time to roll it out. And I just threw all done no later than 1 January as an example. Could you live with that?
Yes.
And the idea that you would implement whatever on a prioritized basis, whatever you could earlier if possible.
Yes.
Questions, Representative Tversky?
Oh, I'm just wondering how we can have that translate to dollar amount so that we can save a little bit of money in the delayed rollout, and how we identify what that amount of money is. Does that make sense?
Have you ever heard of the acronym WAG?
Yes, I have. So I guess I would be curious to have a recommendation from the professionals there if they want to take a wag at it.
I think they would need to. Okay, so here's the challenge. We have to be done because we're out of time. So we have to agree on an HB2 item. And so I just don't know how much time we have to spin this at this point to come up with the amount that we agree to put into this, and then have them do the analysis on how rapidly it would get consumed.
For a ballpark, we could just say skip a half a year of funding.
I know, but
I'd say skip a quarter,
based
no
on
more
the
than a
fact that he can do a phased, an
Okay,
incremental
so
rollout,
skip
it
a
would
third.
be, and if he takes the most expensive ones first, then that screws up.
Don't forget the Senate's going to play with this.
I guess that's true. I don't know. Well, let's think about it. I think we got to just figure out how much money we got to work with and realize that it's going to roll out at an uneven pace over the first 6 months.
Yeah, but we should take a stab at it, like say a third or say a quarter, say something, because you're right. It'll give us more. We'd have bigger bang for the buck if we account for the fact that we're not going to spend the first part of it.
Yeah. All right. So we'll talk about this some tomorrow if you all have inputs, since you're the professionals. I guess the distinction is that you get paid to do this, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Are you satisfied with that? Or where we're at? We're going to come back to this tomorrow.
That's fine. I just, I felt like that conversation started as a money saving, proposal. I was just trying to figure out where we got to, which was nowhere. I mean, not nowhere, but you follow me.
I can imagine it felt that way, but in my head, I enjoyed the journey, and where I ended up was that whatever amount that we allocate, it is actually going to go. It's going to have a bigger impact because of the delayed rollout. It,
Yep. No, we're good.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We got one more. Okay, do it. All right. So 284. This is on, how much time do you have, sir? 5 minutes. Okay, this is on 284. This is on the word immediate, the use of the word immediate. And I had some suggested language from Melissa St. Cyr, and I think I tried to email it all to you, so if you guys are able to check it. And people keep emailing me saying, oh, there it is. All right. Oh, you printed it. That's so good. Okay, so keep in mind that the purpose of 284 was to delete the word immediately from the statute. And that has caused concern that by deleting the word immediately, we're going to create lethargy when there shouldn't be any. So she went away and she suggested that the word immediately remain stricken with the qualifier that deliver such person as soon as it is determined that the patient is ready for transport. And in the common sense world, you can't transport somebody until they're ready to transport. So this language seems okay with me initially, but in talking to Mr. Anand, they really like that word immediately. So I would even kind of propose a blending of these two things to say, continue to leave the word immediately deleted where it is, and it would say, deliver such person immediately upon determining that patient is ready for transport. And then I think that meets the intent of our attorney. It meets the desires of the hospital association. At least it's my attempt to satisfy them, whether they are or not. It's my attempt. And what are your thoughts? What are your comments? We can have Mr. Anand come up and tell me why he doesn't like that idea.
It's a good idea.
Oh, yeah, no, he's coming. I just said it. Okay, so again, I don't know if you were tracking with us, Mr. Anand. But
I am, and
okay.
again, I appreciate your attempt to work something out. When I looked, again, Steve Anand, President of the Hospital Association, when I looked at the quick amendment on your phone, which is now written here, what I looked at was exactly the words that were being proposed, that were being added. Again, the word immediately is incredibly meaningful and I think needs to remain. But what I failed to do when I was looking at that so quickly was looking at the entire language of what is in there, what was included in House Bill 2. In addition to the word immediately, the language that says they will be transported to when a bed is available. That's new language. That is not current law. Current law says upon completion of an involuntary emergency admission certificate under RSA 135C28.
Could you just hang on just a second? Because I'm not seeing when a bed is, I see the phrase available bed, which shall be the closest geographically with an available bed. Is that the?
Yes. So where it says, first line, upon completion of voluntary emergency admission certificate under RSA 135C28, that is current law. The addition of, and upon confirmation that the receiving facility identified in the certificate, which shall be the closest geographically with an available bed for the person allowing for participation in his or community while achieving the purposes of rehabilitation and treatment, that language is new. That language, coupled with the word, removal of the word immediately, simply enshrines the system that we've had for the last decade where patients were not able to be transported to receive the care that they need. That language in its totality is the concern that we have. So again, I appreciate the effort, but unfortunately...
So give me just a moment here. Would somebody who has access to the actual HB2 language that's in the bill now confirm what Mr. Anand just said? Because typically when people are providing additional language,
They didn't.
they will bold it.
The email is not bolded the way it should be.
Okay, it's bolded in HB2, but it wasn't bolded here.
So on the email, after RSA 135C28, there should be bold right before and upon. And then it goes right through the word treatment, comma, should be on like line 4, that should be end bold, and then a law enforcement is existing statute.
So I have a proposal because time is short. I recommend that we just delete this and kick it over to the policy committee. This is policy at this point, right? It's not
100% agree.
money, it's policy. So I would vote to eliminate 254. Is there anyone in the audience that has a problem with us eliminating 284, excuse me, 284? It's 284. Yeah, okay. So I'm not seeing any movement in the audience. So how in the amongst the reps here, is there anyone that opposes just simply deleting 284 to give the policy committee the benefit of time to consider this, or the Senate, but not us? Okay, so raise your hand if you want to delete 284. Okay, done. And so, Representative Weiler, thank you so much for your patience. I guess we didn't need you to stay, but I know you want to go. I would like to spend at least 15 more minutes. Well, this is why I was going to spend the next 15 minutes. I was going to talk about where we are with HB1 and what we can move quickly to saying we agree to HB1. I have a proposal that I would like to accept. I have a proposal that I would like to accept the governor's HB1 budget with the exception of any area that a rep on this division wants to have us reconsider on a kind of a section area, but generally assume it to be accepted. And then I have a back of the budget amendment that I want to share with you to familiarize you with. It's not complete though. So Mr. Ripple, can you distribute the back of the budget as we have it now?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
while that's being delivered, right? Part of the Sununu Center budget had $1 million in overtime. We saw an email earlier today for not one, but two potential scanning machines for $250,000 each, 300, right? I don't think they need one at both doors. Right, buy one, but I think we should start looking at potential reductions there. Why are we planning for $1 million of overtime day one? That doesn't sound like a good plan. And maybe fund that machine instead and move money around. So I think we need to revisit that subsection.
Okay, so with the provision that we will relook the Sununu Center, are you otherwise okay with the idea that we would accept the governor's proposal on HB1, other than we may have some individual tweaks we want to discuss? And you've just mentioned the one. Do you have another
I'm aware
one?
of that one. I'm not aware of any others, but I'm not sure.
Now, Representative Erf is very good at doing this. So do you have other ones that you would tweak? Realizing the back of the budget is meant to be a catch-all way.
Unfortunately, I'm not feeling prepared to answer that question. I'm sorry.
So I'll tell you what, we'll end up talking about it tomorrow,
Okay.
but at least you'll know where I'm going.
I'm on notice.
Okay. Representative Tulerski.
I have in front of me an HB1 status of actions related to HB1, and there's a number of prioritized need requests from the agency that we haven't discussed that I'm wondering where we're at with those items.
Well, we've not discussed them, but we can if you have specific ones you do want to discuss. I know also that you had an amendment.
Mm-hmm.
So and I'm sorry because we were on HB2 and I forgot to ask you to introduce your HB2 amendment. But so there's two things going on. You still have your amendment that we
It's an
should talk about.
HB1 amendment, actually, the way it's
is
been
it?
drafted.
Okay.
I guess I'm curious. Are we going to go through each? I mean, it looks like we still have a good list of things here to review. When you say, "Are we good with the budget as is?" to me, that means these things are not included, and I feel they haven't been.
Unless you
reviewed.
nominate them for consideration.
Okay.
So do you want to do that tomorrow? Get prepared to do it tomorrow, or do you want to do it tonight?
fine.
We're here to serve.
That's fine. I'm just trying to move the work along. That's good.
Okay, so in that case, are you prepared to talk about your HB1 amendment that you've had prepared? Yeah, I think this is as good a time as any.
I emailed everyone on Saturday a draft of an HB1 amendment that would provide funding to the New Hampshire Drug-Free Community Coalitions. I'm passing out a handout, which is a general summary on the program. But in response to my email, Representative Edwards had some questions. So the director of the program has answered all those questions, and I have 3 pages of answers there that maybe they'll satisfy the questions, maybe they won't, but there they are from the expert of the program. So basically, this is the New Hampshire Drug-Free Community Coalition is 5 different organizations that come together to promote and prevent substance abuse among youth. And they've been around for almost 20 years. The 5 different groups are all together in Lebanon: Dover Youth to Youth, Nashua Prevention Coalition, Raymond Coalition for Youth, and Southern Rockingham Coalition for Healthy Youth in Kingston, New Hampshire. They had presented to the governor's budget group to be included, and believed that they were included in the budget at the time. And I was notified from the Nashua group just to make sure that I knew about it and they were looking forward to it, and wanted to make sure that I could see it all the way through. After looking further into the issue with Mr. Ripple and Mr. White, they were not included in the budget. So on behalf of them, I have drafted this amendment for HB1, which would include these funds. It's $625 for each fiscal year, totaling $1.25 for the biennium.
So thank you. I've skimmed the answers to the questions, and generally I can work with these. I like yes or no answers where it says, are the match monies lined up? I read this as no, because they haven't yet begun the work to go get the extra match monies lined up yet. That if we give them this money that you're suggesting, in a few months' time, they would have developed fundraising to get the match money, and then they would know whether or not they could get the match money. Is that?
Actually, I was a little confused by the answer, and the fact that it says match funding in quotes I'm curious if it's not directly funding so much as they get it through the identification of activities and services. And I sort of read that as services and that are organized from other programs. But I agree with you that it is unclear.
So I don't recall where I read it now, whether I read it that they actually had match money that they were looking to go get. And I don't remember where I read that, but that's what triggered the question. And then the other question I think is a little circular. What happens to the state share if those contributions don't appear? Whatever I read made it sound like, that the state money and the match money would be put together to build the program. And so it made me curious if we do the state share and the match money doesn't show up, are we still just committed to spend what we're going to put in the general fund to fund it?
I agree. It was unclear. And if you look at the answer, it doesn't quite say, other than their ability to provide the services will be severely impacted. So
Right.
again, I cannot answer that question.
Oh, okay, but so you understand
Yep.
what my question was, and you see the ambiguity in the answer. And again, it's not determinative necessarily, but it would help me understand it. And then there is a question I'm not sure they addressed, and this is kind of a political one, so maybe you would have to do it anyways. And that is, this is very. Oh, it's not. It isn't. You got Dover, you got Raymond, you got. So you basically have taken this program, and you've got little pockets around the state, but it's not statewide. Could you talk to us about whatever process was used to identify who might be the beneficiary of the state money?
This coalition is made up of these 5 organizations that work together. It's not, your question originally, I know, said you thought it was just a Nashua
Yeah.
issue, which it's not. It's the 5. That's why we specified in the amendment
Right.
the 5 organizations that are sort of sprinkled throughout the state that have found success in the programming.
Okay. I really appreciate the fact that you did get answers, and I think generally there's a couple with some ambiguity, but are there other questions about is there an actual HB1 paragraph that we should be looking at that maybe we got it yesterday? So it's just this is the only amendment that we're looking at. We don't have words. We don't have the standard word narrative.
For a House Bill 1 amendment, no, the only narrative here is the footnote that would be added, and that's contained in the description.
Okay, so we would change 625, and so that basically looks like it represents a quarter at the end of it, about a quarter of what we're going to allocate. Are there questions about this proposal? I mean, I think we ought to defer it and end up voting tomorrow so that people can soak on it. But I think since we're here together, are there any questions that we have about this program for Representative Tulerski or the department? Does the department know about this? Like, obviously they must, right?
I had asked Mr. White about it, and he had been unclear as to what we were looking at.
Yeah, previously, we had communicated relative to whether there was an appropriation within the budget for this program, and there was not. So this would add it into the budget.
So for tomorrow on HB1, we're going to hear some more details about the Sununu Center. We're going to come back and talk and vote on your proposal here. Are there specific prioritized needs you'll want to talk about, or are you going to say, I want to talk about each one?
Well, off the top of my head, I know that since we first heard about it, I have a lot of interest in trying to figure out how we can support the WIC Supplemental Nutrition Program, which just has it's a $300,000 appropriation.
What number is it? What line number is it?
This big long thing I'm looking at, it's number 6.
Rick? Oh. Yeah, I am too. Oh, number 7 on mine. Oh, that's what you're looking at. Okay. I see zeros though.
It was 300 and 300.
300 and 300 for a total of 6.
So it's important to talk about which ones of these we want to specifically identify so that if Mr. White has to bring somebody in, he's got heads up. So you want to specifically talk about line item 6.
The WIC Supplemental Nutrition Program, when we heard the presentation from the department head and heard about how this would have such a significant impact on wellness, particularly childhood wellness, nutrition, and prevention, it really stuck with me, as well as we already had a bill that I have had a lot of interest in. And when I look at that price tag for what it would do and the impact, I just would like to have one last conversation about it.
Doesn't sound like we need the director for that conversation.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Mr. White was here that day that we talked about it. Yeah.
Okay. So are there any other of these line items specifically, Representative Waller?
I would like to have some discussion about the home visiting formula grant.
What number?
It's number 5.
Do you have a general concept of what you think that conversation would look like?
Well, I know we already do some home visiting, and I would just like to have a conversation about how much additional home visiting this would purchase for us, how many visits, how many families, those kinds of details. I'm sure it's all been provided within this stack of stuff. So.
Sure, it's approximately 500 children.
Okay. Thank you.
500 children or 500 visits? Because if it's
children over this program, and I can certainly have Tricia Tilley if you'd like to get into the weeds a little bit more. I spoke with Tricia about this. This program, it's a targeted program. It's a 3-year program where a family child is involved with the program for 3 years, and it's very specialized and target to provide support to that particular family.
So it could be 15 per kid over 3 years. That would be the basic math, but the number of children is still 500.
Roughly, yes.
Yeah. And so whatever the number of visits over a 3-year period, it's that number times 500 for total visits.
Sure. I don't know if those visits vary between children, but yeah.
Okay. You have your mic on, Representative Irf. Do you have a question? All right. Let's talk about family planning here for a second. I forget what we did. Did I have an amendment on this that I just haven't brought forward yet?
You do, as does Representative Irf, and so I'll hand both of those out along with the department's requested technical adjustments to the family planning budget.
So Representative Irf, we can talk about your amendment first, but you chose not to put my, oh, he's talking. Did you choose in your HB1 amendment to family planning to not include the money I've been proposing to incentivize new vendors?
So, correct. Mine is a very simple amendment, which has absolutely no impact on the budget. It is a correction to the federal fund dollars, which, as you may recall, last biennium there were some issues where they were budgeted. So the bottom line is that the federal funds, if you look down at the very bottom, source of funds, federal funds, you'll notice under revised budget in both years that has $918,140. That's the actual amount. You can go on the federal website and see how much is being allocated to New Hampshire in the current, I think it's a 5-year period. And that period just began, if I'm not mistaken, this past year. In the past, when I spoke to this, I talked about a rollover from one period, I think it was a 3-year period previously, to a 5-year period. And from my understanding, in a conversation is the wrong word, email exchange between the department and the federal government, they did not get a waiver to roll it between the two periods. They did get a waiver, and the periods included this most recent year that we're in, because it doesn't, they overlap because the federal is on a different, year, calendar, not calendar year, but fiscal year than we are. They did get permission to roll over $160,000 into the current year, but that was only, first of all, it doesn't matter because we're budgeting for the next few years, but that wasn't specific to family planning. It was more specific to software or something like that they had to do, or auditing or whatever. So basically, I was just trying to get them to set the federal funds record straight in terms of what they can anticipate from the federal government in 24 and 25. That's it.
Okay, so this is actual changes in the federal funding for family planning services, which is not to be confused with the direct funding of the reproductive health facilities.
Well, so that's correct. There is, of course, Planned Parenthood of New England, which is a separate entity. They also get federal funding. And in fact, it's not in here, obviously, but it was included last time in the budget, which is a mistake. You can go on the same federal website, and I can give you the link, and see the amount they're getting. Off the top of my head, I can't recall what it was, but they're getting something as well. So there is federal funding going to Planned Parenthood New England. And then there's what goes on within the state in terms of what happened last year and the GNC and all that in terms of how they divvy up this money. And this does not speak to that at all.
So in summary, you think this is just an obvious technical correction to get the federal numbers right?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Are there questions about that? Just getting the numbers right? Or do you, go ahead.
I just think I'd like to kind of think about it tonight and take a look at, you can give me the website. And has the department,
Excuse me, just one moment. Could I just ask Mr. Lippman, could you just forward that to everybody? Because I sent it to you.
okay,
Thanks.
has the department weighed in on this? I mean, do they agree that this is what they're going to get from the federal government?
Yes, right now it is technically accurate. If things change, we would come back through fiscal.
So this is an example maybe that since you started the governor's budget process so long ago, there's been a change and what Representative Irv has is more current information than what you started the budget planning with?
Yeah, we had some email exchanges over the summer on this topic, looking at how this has historically been budgeted, and what you have before you corrects that.
Okay. So we'll end up, go ahead, Representative Tversky.
Thank you. Mr. White, I'm looking at this status of actions related to HB1. I don't know if you have this in front of you. And then on the family planning line, is that, or maybe this is for Mr. Ripple, is that 984,044, was that the agency's request to adjust down, or was that Mr. Irf's amendment? I guess I'm trying to reconcile the numbers.
I believe that was an earlier version.
The 984.
Yeah, that was an earlier version, and there's been ongoing work behind that. The agency request portion was the there, as already been identified. There's two components here. There's a reduction in the federal dollars, but then there's also the movement of dollars between Class 74 and Class 102 to get back at that subrecipient contractor issue that you've heard me talk about a number of times now.
I apologize for not mentioning that. That's actually from the department. Both were combined into here.
That's what I was trying to understand,
I should've-
because it's under an agency request. So that's why I was trying to
Sorry about that.
figure out if we connected the dots on what the department wanted. Okay.
So bottom line, is the line 16 on the status of actions, is that now overcome by events and we should be just looking at the spreadsheet proposal of Representative Irf?
Yes.
Yeah. And the department agrees with Representative Irf's numbers?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So does that mean that we should just cross out line 16 completely?
You could either cross it out or in effect, we're modifying the numbers. I mean, however you want to use your spreadsheet, but the 16 numbers are no longer
We're
accurate.
these numbers
Yes, ma'am.
for the 984.
Yes, that's the way I understand it.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's start, Stringham, Representative Stringham, go ahead.
I do notice there's a line item on residential treatment rates, so I would suggest that it's a huge number, and I don't think we've talked about it in any great detail in here. So before dismissing it without consideration, we probably should add that to the roster for tomorrow.
I'm sorry, which line?
Items 21 and 22 on page 2 on the DHS prioritized needs.
I see Office of Business Operations and Management
This is
Support.
called System of Care, but over on the right, they call funding for children's residential treatment rates. Further program detail in CR document.
So
I'm oblivious, I'm not seeing it.
I think the item that Representative Stringham is looking at on the document that was handed out a few days ago is now number 10 on the document I handed out today that reads status of actions related to House Bill 1.
Thanks. All right, so now I'll say to you, Representative String and what I said to Representative Wallner. How would you basically characterize the conversation that you'd like to have around that?
Well, I think it's probably similar to the Medicaid rates type stuff, where is there a dramatic need? Is it underserved? Does this to what extent does this make a difference? And why have they come up with the request that they have?
All right. And it looks like there may be some potential overlap with some of the reimbursement rate work.
I want to make sure that we understand that if that's the case.
Is this your sheet? Yes. Okay. All right. So I want to talk about the Edwards Amendment to family planning. This is adding, instead of in the past, I'm not ready to do that. On the IRF amendment, I see that the 24 number House introduced is 837,508. What I'm missing here is, what was it last year? What kind of increase are we talking about? Because I remember a number in the sevens.
The general funds in the 22-23 operating budget were 861,805 and 813,014.
So this turns out to be a decline in general funding?
Yes.
Is it because there was a lapse that we're anticipating? I know that we didn't get all the vendors that we wanted to get, and so some of these contracts didn't get let. Is there a lapse that happened from the last budget that we can anticipate or should?
Sure. So just speaking to the history, so the reason that it's 861 in 2022 and 813 in 2023 is because I believe the $50,000 that was that was added there, which is why you saw that increase for the prior year. For the specific lapse, I need to go and look at the details. I'm not quite sure what that would look like.
Yeah, that would just be good to know. I don't know if that's going to affect our budget decision, but for those people who are reluctant to put the 100,000 aside for the vendors, it may give them some background material. What has been going on is that there was language introduced in HB2 last term that essentially said that in order for a reproductive health facility to successfully apply for a family planning grant or contract, they needed to be able to demonstrate financial separation from the abortion services. And the executive committee has not accepted a single contract, I don't think, from a reproductive health facility, i.e. an outpatient abortion provider, because those terms are synonymous. So as a result, instead of having, I think statewide, we anticipated 8 family planning contracts. We ended up, I think, for quite a while with just 4, but still the abortion providers are having trouble getting the executive committee to look at their contract proposals. So we have some holes in our coverage that I don't think any of us want the holes. And there's a couple different ways to try to fix the hole. The way I'm attempting to fix it is by creating a one-time incentive to a new vendor to go apply for a contract. And if they win the contract, then they get like a $20,000 bonus. And this 100,000 is based on the assumption that we could do at least 5 additional new vendors. And in the past budget, we did it with 50,000 total and 10,000 per new vendor, and not a single new vendor applied, as I understand it. So that 50,000 is going to lapse because it didn't get spent, right? Okay. So you can. I just need to just continue my wandering. Okay. So this is my attempt. Well, I had also tried to fix the issue by requiring an audit, and that bill did not succeed. I was trying to give the family or the reproductive health facilities a pathway to where they could certify to the executive council that they really had financial independence between their abortion operations and their family planning contract that we gave them. That bill failed. Nevertheless, I still want greater family planning access, and that's why I'm asking you to support the idea of putting this 100,000 aside for up to 5 contracts at 20,000 each for new vendors. This would be a clinic that had never provided family planning services in the past, who goes and successfully gets a contract. That's what my amendment does. Okay, so that's a lot. Go ahead, Representative Tversky.
I guess I would ask the question, are those clinics even a possibility? Is there any organization willing to do that in the current environment, knowing that the executive council is not approving certain monies in contracts?
Those are 3 questions, I think.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. But I do think there's three questions in there. When the abortion providers lost the extent of the contract renewals, I was provided information that said there was a clinic that could provide replacement services around each one of them within a 3-mile radius. So the answer, are there potential clinics that have geographic proximity? The answer is yes. The other part of your question, a second question, I think, is, are there any clinical providers that want to engage? We don't know that answer, but what we do know is none applied. So what we know is that their interest in applying isn't sufficient to do it for a $10,000 one-time bonus. So in order to entice them out, I'm trying to raise it to 20,000. And I forget your third question in there.
I don't recall the third question. However, I do want to just confirm, and this was before I was on this committee or got deep into this, so I know what I know just from news, that the department was clear, I believe, in showing that to the executive council that no funds were used on abortion care. I just want to clarify that is maybe a year ago or so, that is where we were at, and it still got stalled on the executive council.
Yes, we brought forward those contracts at least 2, if not 3 or 4 times for vote, and those particular contracts were not approved.
We agree on the facts, and one of my bills was intended to give the reproductive health facilities a way to strengthen their argument that there is no commingling of funds, and that bill failed with the abortion providers opposed when that bill went to the policy committee.
Well, haven't they been clear that there is no commingling of funds?
They've said it. The problem is there are people who don't believe it, and the executive, and I can give you one example of why they don't believe it if you want. At a time where New Hampshire was paying for 20% of the salary for the executive director of the New England Planned Parenthood organization, we were paying 20% of her salary. I think it was like $260,000, $280,000 a year. So we were paying 20% of that. She spent a tremendous amount of time in Vermont lobbying for, she would call it reproductive health. Conservatives would call it, more protections for abortion. And I think they wanted to, she was advocating for having it put into the Vermont Constitution, for example. So in that case, citizens of New Hampshire were saying, we're paying 20% of our salary to go help lobby in Vermont. That would be an example in some people's minds of commingling. So because this is not a completely rational argument that we have with one another or amongst all of us, I'm just trying to figure out how we can address it, because these family planning services are great fit services. They need to be have STDs, wellness checks for women. If the family planning program is a great program, I want it picked up. And as long as the executive council is under its current composition, I think we need to find new vendors or not. And I'm saying, yes, let's try.
Don't want to be suspicious of your actions, but can you assure me that a first-time contract awardee would fall? I see no verbiage that actually deems what these contracts would be, that they would be providing a comprehensive reproductive health care to all persons. I guess I'm not quite convinced that this bonus it's clear in HB1 of what this is going to go to.
So I appreciate your deep cynicism, and I'll try to assure you that I'm not trying to pull a fast one. We did something similar last budget, but with lower numbers. And the way I understood it to work is that the Planned Parenthood Services contract is the contract, and vendors bid on that contract. And for them to win the contract, they have to provide according to the terms of that contract. And so whether or not they're providing the full range of family planning services to everyone who would be entitled to it, I would say probably yes, but I have nothing to do with that. That's actually what's in the family planning services contract. And so the department says that they would be. Now, whether or not they're a first-time awardee is pretty straightforward. Did you have this contract in the past? No. Is this the first time you've had it? Yes. Then I was told that there was the mechanism last budget to go ahead and pull the trigger and provide them with the 10,000. This budget cycle, I'm assuming all of those capabilities are still in place, but I'm upping the ante to pull, hopefully, more competition into this space. I don't know if that satisfies you, but I'm trying to be ethical about it. Go ahead.
I just wonder, do you think there might be other reasons that people don't come forward and want to contract?
Do you really want me? I'm going to answer that in a dangerous way. Yes, you may.
So it's my understanding that very few of the Title X family planning dollars are pulled down in general, having nothing to do with the big A word. Medicaid funding provides for, can be used for most, if not all, of the non-big A word family planning services. And Medicaid funding is completely, it's direct with the federal government. We're not involved in the state. And it's much easier to access. So the bottom line is these Title X funds, for the most part, they don't really get used. That's the last place people seem, and by people I mean those providing these services, tend to go for dollars. They have a much bigger and easier to access bucket in straight Medicaid funding. And it sounds like, or it looks like maybe Mrs. Representative Wallner agrees with me. At least you're shaking your head yes. I don't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think if there's an easier way for them to get the funding to provide the services that are needed, then of course, I'm not sure that a $20,000 bonus is really going to attract people.
I wasn't speaking to the whole bonus thing. I was giving a different perspective on funding for, I don't want to use non-Title 10, if you will, family planning services funded through Medicaid. Just that the services are still there and they're more readily accessed in other ways, as evidenced by the fact that the family planning dollars don't tend to get drawn down. And not just here in New Hampshire. It's a kind of a general thing. Apparently Medicaid funding is easier to access for these folks.
Okay, so I think the answer to the other question is that we stumbled on earlier is going to be relevant to this account, and that is what's the expected lapse? Because it sounds to me like we could have a pretty high expected lapse in general funds in this account as a percentage. So would you be able to tell us that tomorrow?
Sure.
Okay, so we can discuss that or vote on it tomorrow, but that's the introduction of what that's all about. That's my desire to do what is good and right for young families to be able to do actual family planning. Is there,
What was this broken out sheet?
is that the Sununu sheet?
No, it's family. It says family planning. That
Oh my. Yeah, Mr. Ripple, did you?
So the first page was Representative Erf's amendment, the second was yours, and the third was the department's original request to adjust that accounting unit. So it sounds like Representative Erf's amendment has replaced that one. And on that note, could I just get some clarification? Was Representative Erf's amendment approved, or are you holding on that until tomorrow?
We're going to hold on that tomorrow so that there's soak time. Representative Wallner?
I want to go back to something. Can the department speak to whether or not there were any people who applied for the funding?
My understanding is no. I mean, from an organizational perspective, if you're a business, $10,000, it probably wouldn't even cover somebody's health insurance.
Right.
So I just think that's kind of important when we're thinking about like whether that's sufficient to encourage organizations to come to the state.
So so the department had no applicants.
No, that's my understanding, and so I'm waiting to verify. I'm actually in the process of doing that right now, waiting to verify whether those amounts, like that $50,000. My assumption is that probably lapsed.
Okay,
thank you. So to clarify, you're saying that there were no new applicants, but we did let at least 4 family planning contracts, and so presumably those were pre-existing non-abortion provider vendors.
Yes, yeah, those contracts were approved and the others were not.
Right. And of those 4, I think a couple of them were in smaller communities where they weren't going to be demanding much of the family planning money to provide the services. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how much of this is available to lapse.
Sure.
And I don't know if 20,000 is the right number. I'm just trying to get the right theory. The right theory is if you incentivize behavior, you're going to get more of it. So I'm trying to get some more people to compete for these. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we're careful when we look at your amendment and mine tomorrow, that yours doesn't overwrite the federal funds and that sort of thing in mine.
If the division adopted both, we would just combine them together.
And I don't know why we wouldn't on yours. It's just a technical fix. So we could even do that now. I mean, do you want to do that now, or do you want to go ahead and wait? I think Representative Erf's is just so apparent and obvious that there's no reason not to vote now other than we don't have to.
Till tomorrow.
All right. Okay. Are there any other stray amendments?
There are some stray amendments. If you go one item down on the status of actions related to House Bill 1 sheet, you have the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and I have a few amendments related to that, both to House Bill 1 and to House Bill 2.
And did we provide that amendment to everyone? Has that been distributed to the committee yet?
I have not handed any of those out.
Oh, Well, that's my mistake. We should hand out my PDAB amendment.
Okay, so I have two for you, one to House Bill 1 and one to House Bill 2, and this, I have the same for Representative Wallner. She also has one for each. Would you like all of those handed out now?
All of them for PDAB?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, just tell us the topic. What, childcare? Okay, we have to be out of here in about 10, 15 minutes because Janet has told that to security. So it's good. It's good to have a forced end because this isn't going to end naturally. We got more stuff that can be done. Janet has already told security that we will be out of the building. They need to know when the building is secure. So they're keeping security around until we leave. So somebody's creating an overtime requirement for them.
So where do I put my sleeping bag?
We got that whole covered section of the LOB garage.
While we're waiting for that amendment, on the last item we were discussing where there was 647, I believe, or something, and then 613 for the family planning. I don't have the numbers in front of me. Was that $50,000 the line item that Representative Edwards was discussing? The reason the boost in the first year in that fund?
Sure. So you're referencing, say, fiscal year 2022 and 2023? Yeah, so it was $861 million of general funds and $813 million of general funds in 2022 and 2023, respectively. Thanks, Kevin.
1,000, right? Not million?
I'm sorry, 1,000. Yes. It's getting late in the day.
But I guess specifically the 861 was 50 of that. Can you tell if 50 of that was from the amendment that Representative Edwards was discussing that may have been at the beginning of last budget cycle?
I'm almost positive, Kevin. You don't know off the top of your head, do you? If the detailed change, we could see it in the detailed change. We can verify that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I guess that brings us up, right? We're going from 811 and 813 to 837. I don't have the numbers in front of me both years, so it is a small increase in that funding.
So, Representative Wallner, do you want to talk to your HB2 first or your HB1 first? How would you like to go? You can go first, though.
Well, HB1 is just the funding that the board provide. They had a vote, and this was how they built their budget. So that I'm just bringing in what they built as a budget, and the HB2 amendment. Basically, it just changes the funding from the fees, which they were allowed to assess, to general funds. So this just represents what the board presented as their budget recommendation.
Okay. So, so they want to suspend, and I forget which one BB-8 is. Is that the one where they're leveling fees on the industry? Okay. Yes. So this does not address where they can level fines, civil penalties. Did in your discussions with them, did they say anything about their ability to create civil penalties? No, it suspends
Suspends the
-8.
fees.
The civil
Just
penalties
suspends
is
the fees.
-10, I believe.
Oh,
That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, but I'm looking at yours as the same one.
No, we're talking about hers though.
Yeah.
So I'm asking her the question is, because it sounds to me like they've listened to GELCAR and GELCAR has said you can't do fees because they're structured this way and it looks like a tax, not a fee. So it sounds like they've come to you and said, based on this, maybe they didn't say it's based on GELCAR, but I think it's probably based on GELCAR, that they don't want to collect these as fees. They want us to fund them from the general fund.
I decided that I would try to fund it through the general fund and not through fees.
Okay, so to that extent, you and I are in absolute agreement because my amendment has that component in it as well.
That was one reason I went that way.
Oh, oh sure. Okay. So now do you want to talk about HB1, your spreadsheet?
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It is what it's the budget that the board voted on.
Okay, so this is the budget, the board's budget,
Yes.
but no agency income and all general funds?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So what is the House introduced column then? If I'm assuming yours must be the revised budget column that you're saying was what they voted on. So what's the House introduced version?
The number that was included in the governor's recommended budget, I'm not sure what it was based on originally, but it wasn't what the board voted on. So you have among the various department technical requests, one of them was a revision to this board's budget.
Okay, thank you.
And it didn't show up in our HB1 because it came in late, but it wasn't in HB1 when it went from the agency to the governors, but when that came out of the governors, that's when they had the lower number than what the board wanted. And because the statute says the department has to pass through exactly what the request is, this is sort of we're the first people to be able to look at their budget and determine if it's rational. Because the DHHS didn't do it because they're precluded by law, and the governor's office didn't do that. So we're the only ones, the first ones, to look at their very first budget. So, okay, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Okay, so my amendment does more than that. It takes on the same issue that Representative Wallner did to say that GELCAR says that the fees in the statute are really taxes, and so rather than doing the fees, we should be doing general funds instead. To me, that suggests that portion of the statute should be repealed and replaced. And so my bill does the repeal and replace and says we're going to do general funds here. Then there are some other issues, such as the civil penalties. Do you want to walk us through this in about 45 seconds? Because we're really getting short on time. And I should know it better than you, but you just do this better.
Well, I believe the first section, number 1, removes the fees and funds the board entirely with general funds. And section number 2.
So 2 is basically we had testimony that said, I'll help you out and go back to you. But the 2 was because we had groups like New Futures and AARP saying this was a great program and we ought to invest in it. This creates a dedicated fund that would allow organizations such as them to put money into this. So this is their opportunity to demonstrate their commitment to the program, lines 8 through 16. Then what do you got for 17 through 20? We're basically suspending we're suspending, not repealing, their ability to start pinging the industry for data, I believe.
Okay, and section 3 on lines 21 through 22 repeals the board's authority to levy civil penalties.
Right. So the civil penalties, if they make a data request that isn't answered, they can start fining the entity, and every entity $1,000 a day up to a maximum of $25,000. There is no oversight. There is no due process. They just charge the fee, the fine, and start collecting the money. That civil penalties capability is a huge risk, I think, to the future. Go ahead.
Section 4 removes the ability to hire an executive director and replaces it with one.
Personal services contract is the term I use. That's an old federal
Yes.
term for you go hire a contract employee, basically.
With one or more contract employee. Section 5 requires contracts entered into by the board to go through the competitive bid process.
Right.
And also requires on page 2, starting on line 3, that the board annually report on funds spent to the fiscal committee.
Right.
And section 6 requires the board to collaborate with the insurance department to issue a report on the elimination of redundancies related to the collection of data between the two entities.
Now, so this redundancy elimination report, this was a little complicated because the governor put in a regulatory reform program that the governor's office asked be consulted in this. And so I think you wrote this in a way in which that regulatory reform program didn't need to be in effect, and we'd still have to create the report at the lead of the Department of Insurance.
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay. And then there's 7 and 8, repeal dates and effective dates.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, so what my budget does, my HB1, is in the first year, $75,000. That's enough to go, throughout the course of the year. At some point, they'll be able to go hire somebody to help Representative Merchant run the program. And then in the second year, that goes up to 100,000 with thinking that it's probably funding more towards the full year. So there's more there. And then it gives them some supplemental expense money. So this is much lower than what they requested. And we can talk about this more. And tomorrow because we probably want to get out of here in the next 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Could we ask Representative Merchant to come down and be here while we discuss this?
Sure.
Okay. I'll
I
reach
don't
out
know
to
his
him.
availability, but
I'll talk to him
yeah,
tonight.
yeah. Any other questions, comments? You have anything for the good of the cause, Mr. Ripple? What we're doing tomorrow? We got some open HB2 items still. We got some HB1s to go over.
Yes.
It feels to me like 4 hours of work. Yeah, because we've all agreed on everything. Tomorrow, Tuesday. Or do we have anything else going on tomorrow? I'm lost in the schedule. Or is Division 3 the only thing we're doing tomorrow?
Division 3 is all you have tomorrow.
And what time do we start?
You start at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
10 a.m. Okay. And Wednesday session, we're not doing anything. Oh, no, we're gonna be done tomorrow because we're out of time. We even if we have to just force premature votes, we've got to be done just because we're out of time. Huh? No, I mean, no, it's easy to call a straw vote and move on. The trick is I'm trying to do it respectfully, but I know that we're not going to agree on a lot of this anyways. So at some point, the extra discussion is just time consuming. Right? Okay. So, so with that, this work session of Division 3 is adjourned. Thank you. Unless you guys want to